Good morning. I'd like to call to order the open meeting for Thursday, May 7th, 2026. I will now ask the Commission Secretary for information on today's agenda.
Each commissioner has independently reviewed the minutes of the open meeting of Thursday, April 30th, 2026, and Friday, April 24th, 2026, and each has informed me there is no need to discuss those minutes.
I move we approve the minutes of the open meeting of Thursday, April 30, 2026.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
I move we approve the minutes of the open meeting of Friday, April 24th, 2026.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Each commissioner has independently reviewed the agenda, and each has informed me there is no need to discuss the notices associated with agenda items 3 through 9.
I move we approve the notices of investigation associated with agenda items 3 through 7.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye. I move we approve the notices of proceeding associated with agenda items 8 and 9.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. That brings us to our first and only discussion item for today. It's agenda item number 10, docket 6680, TE 115, the application of Wisconsin Power and Light Company for approval of an individual contract rate service agreement for a large load customer in Beaver Dam, Wisconsin, which is in Dodge County. Commissioner Nieto is going to lead our discussion of this docket today, and I will turn it over to her with huge thank yous for doing that. Commissioner Nieto.
Thank you, Chair Strand. So as you said, the matter before us today is an application from Wisconsin Power and Light doing business as Alliant Energy for an individual contract rate for a customer in the utilities service territory. Alliant negotiated the ICR agreement with Degas, or Dega, if you would like, LLC, who is a subsidiary of Meta Platforms, Inc., who is currently constructing a data center in Beaver Dam, Wisconsin, in the Beaver Dam Commerce Park, a site developed in part by WPL. Alliant is requesting this contract to serve Meta be approved under Wisconsin Statute Section 196.192 relating to market-based rates and under a pre-existing rate sheet IC1 in Alliant's tariff book. My plan today is to begin with opening remarks from each commissioner, after which we will walk through the decision matrix developed to guide our discussion of the issues before us. Following today's discussion, Commission staff will prepare a final written order reflecting the decisions reached here, which will be issued in the coming weeks. As usual, if one of my colleagues would like to take a break to confer with staff, please just say so before I charge ahead at any point. I think we may wish to take a break after discussing the issue on termination provisions, just depending on the pace of our discussion here today. That would give us a chance to confer with staff if needed regarding any decisions up to that point, and it might just be a good natural spot to break. So I'll check in with both of you on that. At the outset here, I'd like to thank all of the participants in this proceeding. I'd like to thank the applicant, Wisconsin Power and Light Company, for its work bringing this proposal forward. The record makes clear that the company views this project as an important economic development opportunity for Beaver Dam, the surrounding region, and its customer base. I want to sincerely thank Commission staff for the substantial amount of time and effort that they've invested in ensuring a comprehensive, transparent, and robust evidentiary record today. Their work has been essential in order for this commission to be able to make an informed decision. And I would also like to thank the intervening parties, including the Citizens Utility Board, Clean Wisconsin, and Wisconsin Industrial Energy Group. Their testimonies significantly strengthened the record, and their participation has been valuable in testing assumptions, raising concerns, and improving the quality of this proceeding. Degas LLC did not intervene in this proceeding, but we did receive a public comment from Meta. Finally, I want to thank the nearly 300 members of the public who took time out of their busy lives to submit comments, testify at the public hearings, and engage in this process. Public participation in this case has been substantial, and that engagement benefits not only this commission, but also the utility and its customers. This customer's request for service is very large. As the record evidence indicates, there are 12 more potential data centers in this utilities territory that are potentially in the works here. This is a consequential case. Like the one we took up a couple of weeks ago, it is one of the most consequential I've seen. The decisions we're making here today will not be limited to this docket. They will shape future proceedings, future investments, and the trajectory of the utility system itself. Given the significant public interest surrounding data center development, I think it is important to briefly explain the Commission's role. For nearly 120 years, the Public Service Commission has been charged with regulating Wisconsin's public utilities to ensure safe, reliable, and reasonably priced utility service in the public interest. When PSC-regulated utilities seek to set new rates or undertake major construction projects, they must first file an application with the Commission for review and approval. The Commission evaluates these types of requests through a formal legal and regulatory process. This process includes staff and parties requesting detailed information. It includes technical hearings, public comment, testimony from the applicant, intervening parties, and Commission staff, multiple rounds of rebuttal, all of which form a comprehensive official record. In every case before us, commissioners are responsible for independently reviewing the full evidentiary record, carefully weighing the facts and arguments presented, and ultimately reaching a decision that is consistent with Wisconsin law and in the public interest. I'll repeat, as we've said before, that we independently review the record, meaning this is the first time the three of us have been able to discuss any of this before today. There are many issues to discuss in this case today. Some of them are quite complex, so the discussion could take a while. We do not regulate data centers themselves, nor do we determine where data centers can be built or whether they receive tax incentives. Those decisions involve local governments, the Wisconsin Economic Development Corporation, the Department of Natural Resources, other state agencies, and the Wisconsin legislature. Our jurisdiction here is narrower but critically important. We regulate the public utility that Meta is requesting service from. We regulate public utility service obligations associated with serving these very large new loads, and we must ensure that rates and contracts comply with Wisconsin law and serve the public interest. So, in this docket, Alliant seeks approval of a contract called the Electric Service Agreement, or ESA, negotiated under its existing IC1 rate sheet for individual contract rates. The ESA contract is for a proposed 220 megawatt hyperscale data center in the Beaver Dam Commerce Park. To put that into context, and depending on how you calculate the numbers, that is 6 to 8 times the load of the city of Beaver Dam. Or put another way, it is around 8 to 12% of the utility's entire peak load, or an equivalent of more than 2 large utility scale power plants. Like I said before, this is consequential, and it's not a case for business as usual. When we're talking about adding 2 utility scale power plants worth of load, it does call for strong safeguards. Under Wisconsin statute section 196.37 sub 2, we are required to provide just and reasonable rates and to ensure those. And under Wisconsin statute section 196.192, we shall only approve an agreement like this one if we determine that it will not harm shareholders or other utility customers who are not subject to the rate. Those are 2 of the key statutory standards that are relevant to this case. I said it before when we discussed a data center case for We Energies 2 weeks ago, and I'll say it again, it bears repeating. Existing Wisconsin customers should not pay a single cent to subsidize the service of data centers. Not now and not decades from now. This means these very large customers must bear the full cost of the infrastructure required to serve them, generation, transmission, and distribution, and that those costs must be fully and transparently assigned. On a fundamental level, I see broad agreement from the applicant and intervening parties on this general principle. One public commenter at the hearing described how at Alliant, employees are trained to think about their customers with each decision they make. That said, this proceeding has also highlighted several significant concerns with the details of this contract proposal. And I would say with the framework under which it is being proposed itself. So first is transparency. Throughout this case, interveners and members of the public repeatedly raised concerns that the many redactions in the private contract, taken together with the lack of a standard offer large load tariff, limit transparency and public participation. I appreciate the utility's responsiveness in reducing some redactions after commission direction. Due to the efforts of staff and the applicant to remove those redactions, the commission is able to review a completely unredacted decision matrix and have a fully open discussion today. Members of the public will be able to scrutinize the commission's decision-making, which is the purpose of the open record law. I absolutely support our staff's good work to increase transparency as they are reviewing requests for redactions. And I hope it serves as instructional for future filings from our state's utilities in other cases. Second, this brings me to the lack of a large load tariff. This is not going to be the last data center contract we see from this utility. And I will say, Alliant needs standard guidelines and rules for its data center customers. A clear public tariff would create consistent, transparent rates and rules for future data centers instead of handling each one through separate confidential negotiations. As more data centers seek service, we need to require they follow standard rates and rules that serve the public interest. Third, costs and risks. The applicant has presented cost and revenue projections related to serving Meta. However, there are still some substantial questions remaining about whether the totality of this agreement adequately captures all near and long-term costs and whether it has adequate protections for a request of this size. Costs include both costs for new investments that the utility would not have to make but for the large customer, and they include costs for the customer's use of its portion of shared facilities and services that all customers pay into. So there are a few pathways we could take here today, as described in the record. My objective today is to work with my colleagues and hear what they have to say. And as we begin this discussion, I'll be coming from a starting place of ensuring we are adequately doing our job of protecting the public interest by doing the following. I would require Alliant to file for approval of a standard offer tariff for customers of 100 megawatts or more. And I would make some modifications to the current contract with Meta in order to ensure an appropriate term length to cover the costs, protect existing customers from risks, including stranded assets, and provide a comprehensive and transparent mechanism to review costs and revenues in future rate cases to be sure existing customers are not subsidizing the service. And finally, I would clarify that notwithstanding the results of a future tariff filing, the outcome with regard to this contract, I believe, should stand. So essentially as a legacy contract, so as not to create unnecessary uncertainty for Meta and for Alliant regarding an open future docket. I think if we get to the right outcome here today as a result of our combined reviews, which I know we will, then that outcome should be sufficient to stand for the ultimate length of this particular contract and wouldn't need to be subject to an overhaul with some sort of new tariff in a year or two. There are other pathways that folks have suggested in the record here. First, the utility is requesting that we approve the contract without modification. There are certain aspects of this very large and novel contract, however, that I do not believe do enough to protect existing customers from subsidizing costs or taking on risks. I'm not able to support approving it as is. We have requests from some interveners and commenters that we deny the contract altogether and require a tariff first. While that option sounds straightforward, I don't think it's a good outcome. It's clearly not good for the utility or Meta, but it's also not good for existing customers. If the data center were to take service under existing rates for a year or two while a new rate is developed, the existing rates under, say, CP2 may be sufficient, but existing customers would be exposed at a minimum to stranded asset cost risk for expensive transmission facilities that are being built. That would leave us needing to find additional safeguards like those that are already framed up in this contract here. I appreciate the significant work that has gone into this agreement and this proceeding. I plan today to work toward a number of solutions to remedy the concerns I've outlined. I will do this in hopes of reaching an outcome in which we can approve something here today. However, our ultimate responsibility is to do everything within our jurisdiction to ensure just and reasonable rates, protect the public interest, maintain fairness, and ensure any approval under the market-based rate statute does not harm existing customers or shareholders, as that law says. I look forward to hearing my colleagues' perspectives as we work through these issues today. I will say this is complex, as many aspects of this contract rate are closely interconnected, and I'm glad to be able to work through this with both of you. Now I'll turn it over to my colleagues for their opening remarks. Chairperson Strand?
Thank you, Commissioner Nieto, for those very helpful opening remarks. Most of what I will offer as my opening remarks will echo a lot of those things, including that I first want to echo your thanks. So I'll begin my opening comments there. I want to thank everyone at the PSC who participated in and contributed to this proceeding. Our commission staff put forth great effort in reviewing, analyzing, developing the record, and presenting a number of reasonable alternatives for us to consider. I also want to thank the intervening parties, Wisconsin Industrial Energy Group, Citizens Utility Board, and Clean Wisconsin, for their diligence and their meaningful participation. I felt that the record was strengthened by their evidence, testimony, analysis, and some of the options and alternatives that they provided as well. I also want to thank the public for their significant engagement in this proceeding. I appreciate the helpful, productive comments that were entered into the record. I think that, as Commissioner Nieto pointed out, the public being attuned to the over-redacted nature of the applicant's initial materials really helped drive that point home and get us to a better place in that part of the proceeding because they did a great job of articulating why those redactions were a problem as it related to their participation and ability to weigh in. I appreciate the applicant's work here, including its willingness to address changes to the confidential information submitted initially in this document. And I feel overall that due to the efforts of all of those involved, that the record before us is robust and includes some helpful analysis in our decisions, to help us in our decisions. I, too, am looking forward to our discussion today and want to note, similar to what Commissioner Nieto stated, that this application, including the contract through which WPL intends to offer service to Meta, its data center customer, is very different than the VLC and bespoke tariff docket that we took up 2 weeks ago. While this, too, is a novel application, but of another ilk, it's important to keep in mind that the Commission's regulatory responsibilities, including statutory and administrative code obligations, remain the same, as do my priorities in reviewing, analyzing, and reaching decisions in this docket. So to recap, as I articulated 2 weeks ago, my two overarching crucial goals related to data center tariffs and contracts before the Commission are: one, that we increase transparency and visibility into the relationship between the utility and its data center customers, including impacts to all, and then further to ensure that anything we approve includes the necessary protections to safeguard existing customers from harm consistent with our statutory obligations, again, which Commissioner Nieto helped more specifically point out. So to me, those two overarching goals are non-negotiables. And in my review of this record, several aspects of this application did fall short of these goals. And so I intend to attempt to address those shortcomings in our decisions today. First and foremost, again, similar to what we heard from Commissioner Nieto, is the transparency issues. To me, transparency is not a cliche, feel-good, bare minimum, check-the-box concept. If there's one takeaway from our discussion and decisions today, I want it to be clear that whether you're a large load customer coming into Wisconsin for the first time or a regulated entity familiar with our process, transparency, and by that I mean actual and real transparency, is a foundational expectation and a necessity. Frankly, transparency is quite often mutually beneficial, and I don't think it needs to be this difficult. So I was a little disappointed, and initially it was like pulling teeth here to increase the transparency. On that note, I am aware of attempts to assuage us of the notion that the lack of transparency here was not born out of a desire for secrecy and opacity, but instead to ensure, in the event of similar future deals, that the applicant can secure the best deal for its customers and protect said customers' information. So here's the issue that I have with that. It doesn't really help the cause, and arguably I think it makes it worse because this is not a bilateral process. In addition to the applicant and its customer, the regulatory framework in Wisconsin appropriately includes interveners and other stakeholders, non-participating or what we call existing customers, who we are statutorily bound to ensure are not harmed by this new customer, the general public whose interests we are responsible for protecting, and the regulatory framework and construct, which, right now means staff and us commissioners. So therefore, arguments justifying the lack of transparency that only consider the perceived need to protect one or two parties, and the most resourced parties at that, are not only woefully insufficient, but I think they ring hollow. They perpetuate skepticism and distrust, and they raise legitimate concerns about power imbalances, no pun intended, who is actually holding the cards and calling the shots in these arrangements. I understand that there is a great deal of competition, courting, and recruiting taking place in these spheres, and that for some of these new private sector, big tech data center customers that are used to operating stealthily and secretly, that coming into our state or into this process might be a bit of a shock to the system in terms of transparency and publicly available information. I get it. I worked in the private sector for a number of years before joining the commission, and no one wants to disclose or produce more than they're used to or feel that they have to. However, the instant you enter the service territory of a regulated public utility, you are now a customer of a publicly related entity that is subject to a number of rules and regulations, including transparency requirements, within a broad framework of multiple stakeholders, parties, and decision makers. And some of those responsibilities and requirements, including the transparency ones, do flow down to you and your operations. Now, that does not have to be scary, bad, or a disincentive. It's one of the basic ground rules. It's part of what we all signed up for. And again, that transparency is usually mutually beneficial, and that it can build trust, demonstrate commitment, reduce uncertainty, combat misinformation, and foster accountability. Suffice to say, I was disappointed by the lack of transparency and visibility into various aspects of this docket. For years, this commission has strived to promote awareness and foster better understanding of the PSC and its proceedings. Further, we've strived to create more open and transparent processes that provide easily accessible opportunities for increased public participation and stakeholder engagement. These are nothing new to those familiar with the commission and our processes. As we made clear in this proceeding, the commission is standing firm in its commitment to an expectation of increased transparency and public engagement, and I'm hopeful that our decisions today will further reflect and enhance that commitment. Again, why is this important? It's common knowledge that utility regulatory commissions and energy and utility companies across the country are facing unprecedented scrutiny. As I mentioned 2 weeks ago, in less than a year, the Wisconsin PSC has gone from an unknown agency to front page news most weeks. Utility bills and energy affordability are prominent political issues shaping platforms, polling, and elections. And a key driver of this increased scrutiny is data center development, as public distrust and misinformation surrounding data centers are on the rise. Yet, as we saw here, there is still this black box approach that includes non-disclosure agreements, heavily redacted filings, corporate pseudonyms, and negotiations shrouded in secrecy. It seems obvious, but I guess I have to say it, this lack of transparency is hurting, not helping. When communities and residents feel like information is being hidden or withheld, and that they're only getting half-truths or patted on the head and told contracts or agreements are a product of negotiation that no one else has a say in, that dismissive disdain and opacity breeds skepticism, opposition, and the rampant spread of misinformation. I am not naively proclaiming that transparency is a silver bullet solution that will convince all naysayers otherwise and win over the hearts and minds of the general public. But what I am saying is, regardless of the outcome, transparency is essential to these developments and proceedings and is a non-negotiable expectation for me. Second, the application as filed lacked strong reporting provisions, and the record contained what I perceived as uncertainty regarding the Commission's ability to protect and safeguard existing customers going forward. While the record does acknowledge the Commission's retained oversight, it does not clearly articulate the mechanism by which the Commission would exercise oversight in making adjustments as needed to ensure the protection of existing customers in the future. At best, it lacks clarity on this. Therefore, I do look forward to a robust discussion about what may be needed to improve this agreement, especially in relation to those additional safeguards and protections. Despite the incomplete nature of binding citations cited throughout the record, I am hyper-aware and mindful of the laws that govern the PSC's oversight and create the framework and criteria through which the Commission must consider an application. Briefly and at a foundational level, also as we heard from Commissioner Nieto, the Commission is charged with ensuring rates and services are just, reasonable, non-discriminatory, and non-preferential per Wisconsin Statute Section 196.37. Going further, the issues outlined in this proceeding also include consideration of Section 196.02 sub 2 relating to the powers of the Commission, Section 196.19 requiring public utilities file schedules showing established rates and charges, 196.20 statutory guidelines on changing rates and service schedules, and 196.192 about market-based compensation rates and contracts. So in reviewing this application, I did analyze the record to determine if the proposed ESA complies with the requirements of those statutes, and I considered alternatives or modifications that could help ensure the proposal does in fact align with those obligations. The good news is we, the Commission, do have the authority to address a lot of the issues raised in this docket, and I'm hopeful that my colleagues and I will consider this and put in place enough safeguards, reporting and transparency requirements, and flexible mechanisms to allow not only for an improved ESA, but also for enhanced Commission oversight into the future. Therefore, thus, that would allow us to achieve the overarching goals of increased transparency and visibility and the necessary protections for existing customers. So again, I just look forward to the decisions and the discussion today. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson Strand. And Commissioner Hawkins?
All right, thank you. Again, want to echo the general thanks to everyone that was involved in this proceeding. I'll start with some of the positive things that I viewed related to this application and the applicant bringing this before us. Throughout the application, I really did appreciate the focus on the clear presentation of incremental costs and benefits as the applicant saw it to existing customers. While those things are clearly debated by the interveners and staff, the focus I thought was in the right place and made it easier to review really what we were looking at as it relates to potential benefits and or harms to existing customers. So the cases focus on increased revenue from the data center customer and how those benefits could flow, I thought was appropriately structured to present that information. I also really liked the renewable energy procurement framework, the ability for the customer, the data center customer, to conduct an RFP without the involvement of the applicant, and sensible ownership requirements and sensible location restrictions, I thought were all very positive. So in reviewing those, I had a big smile on my face. And overall, I just want to state, I agree, I echo what I heard from my colleagues, that I hope we can make modifications today that allow us to approve this in a way that meets all of our statutory and regulatory requirements that we have here. This contract does seem to have the potential to produce benefits for existing customers, which is, I believe, becoming increasingly rare in the inflationary environment we find ourselves in the electric industry. The ability to increase utilization of existing assets with minimal new investment is the only way that can occur. And so demonstrating near-term benefits, as the applicant did, in my review, doesn't guarantee long-term benefits or the avoidance of future harms. And so that was a big focus, I think, on reviewing this contract. So my framework for reviewing the application, similar to my review of a very recent market-based rate application as well, was to look out for both quantifiable economic harms and unnecessary risks that existing customers might face. In general, the Commission has a duty to promote the public interest and ensure all rates are reasonable. And here that means ordering modifications to ensure risks are not piling up on existing customers. To do that and to understand those risks, I really appreciate the thorough review and testimony of staff and the interveners that made my analysis of those risks all the better. And again, the public involvement I thought was crucial, especially to identify some of the shortcomings in this structure procedurally, and I will get into those now. So I had several concerns with this contract approach, similar to what you've all heard from my colleagues. We received a filing overflowing with claims of confidentiality and redactions and requests for speedy processing. That approach, I believe, does not help the applicant, and it does certainly harm the public that does have a right to know how changes of this magnitude might impact them. And I thought that the public also deserves the right to know that the commission takes their time and does a thorough job in analyzing those potential impacts as well. So at a high level, we go to great lengths to make our process as open and transparent as possible. And it's still understandably difficult for the public to track, understand, and engage with the complex cases that come before the commission. So speed and unnecessary secrecy further disadvantage the public, and I'm proud this commission did not accept either of those. I was very shocked to see the presentation by the applicant for the need for speed. Basically, the applicant asked for a speedy boarding process and then also tried to deny the boarding of our high-status frequent flyers. And I appreciate the extra efforts that those frequent flyers had to take and flash their executive platinum cards and got on the plane. I think the parties that intervened made the record and helped vet the potential risks that other customers face much more clear and well understood. So I just want to stress that interveners play a critical role in supporting the broad job that we have to do here as a commission. And so I want to shout out their efforts because there was an additional barrier placed in front of them before doing so. The applicant also argued that the filing presented a take it or leave it option for the commission, which I fully reject, and it sounds like from my colleagues' opening comments, they do as well. For one, there is no support in the record that any other rate on the applicant's tariff sheet would be reasonable to serve this type of customer. And just because a single customer desires speed, that does not either doom existing customers to significant harms or force the commission to accept a contract negotiated behind closed doors. The commission has broad authority to protect the public interest and ensure all rates are reasonable. The applicant's presentation of this contract, while supported by a good deal of evidence, does not cast aside those broader authorities. I believe we need to adopt protections and ensure that we're not faced with this sort of ultimatum again, and so I'll be recommending what I view as a way to help avoid this in the future. Lastly, I just want to highlight that this is the first usage of the applicant's IC1 tariff, which has been on the books for over 25 years. Clearly, hyperscale data center loads were not contemplated to be significantly reshaping the electric system when this tariff was put on the books 25 years ago. We've seen some obvious growing pains that occur whenever you do something new, so I want to be sympathetic to that. But given how we've seen this tariff used, submitting highly redacted and confidential contracts, and couple that with the presentation of a take it or leave it approach, I'm going to support directing the applicant to develop a more transparent standalone tariff that could serve a similarly situated customer in the future that clearly addresses the unique impacts that they can have on the system. And further, the development of this new tariff should coincide with modifications to the IC1 rate class to exclude customers that are eligible for the new large load tariff from being eligible for the IC1 tariff on a going forward basis. And I think those two actions will help further protect customers in the future. So looking forward to the discussion and working through these complex and interrelated issues with my colleagues, and I'll conclude my opening comments there.
Thank you, Commissioner Hawkins, as well. And I think based on our opening remarks here today, one strategy we can take is, if you're both comfortable with it, is to jump ahead in the decision matrix to item 9B, which is about the large load tariff. Because I think if we discuss that right off the bat and establish how we're voting on that and how any sort of ongoing tariff would be handled, that'll give us some context in order to have the rest of our discussions about this particular contract. If that's all right with you both?
Good here.
Okay. So issue 9B is, should the commission require the applicant to file for a large load customer tariff as a condition of approval? Yes. A dedicated large load tariff is necessary to properly classify these customers, establish clear rates, terms, and protections, and provide transparency, regulatory clarity, and public accountability as required when serving loads capable of reshaping a utility's entire system. The current and pending data center customers clearly should be classified as a rate class pursuant to Wisconsin statute section 196.02 sub 2, as we identified in opening remarks as well. The IC1 rate sheet under which this contract was filed, as we've also mentioned, does not sufficiently convey the rates and rules for this group of very large, distinct new customers. It contains the minimum level of information that a rate sheet can provide. As noted in the record, there are 12 other data center plans in the works for Alliance territory. Some or all may come to fruition. This record has also included early and sustained calls for a standard offer large load customer tariff. Members of the public should be able to review and understand at the level of a tariff sheet the rates and rules for customers who are this large. A tariff is an agreement between the utility and the PSC as to how the utility will provide service to this class of customers, at what specific rates and under what specific service rules or terms. It is a tool that the public also has full access to, so any interested person can see these rates and rules and understand them. A tariff serves as the foundation for the service agreement between the utility and its customer. IC1 is not an appropriate long-term option to serve as the foundation and agreement regarding this customer class. There are some concerns that the utility stated in the record that it would be challenging to produce a tariff that meets the varying needs of data centers. But I will say this is a large, sophisticated utility company. I think they will be up to this challenge. We had a similar discussion a couple of weeks ago in the We Energies data center case, and we discussed that if needed, the utility could eventually have, in that case, it was called a VLC tariff. It could have a VLC1, a VLC2, if it needed different rate sheets to address differing needs. So there might be different size data centers coming on to the utility service territory, or differing levels of ability to flex load, differing characteristics within the class, and that's always an option. But at a minimum today, I would set a tariff minimum threshold of 100 megawatts, which is again the size of an entire large power plant. I think that combines well with what Commissioner Hawkins was just saying about not making the IC1 available to data center customers, kind of establishing where there are caps and where there are floors. And at this point for a new tariff, I would start at the 100 megawatt threshold. I wouldn't necessarily provide a specific list of terms the tariff would contain, and I would leave that open to the utility to develop and bring forward in a tariff proceeding. And that goes to what I mentioned earlier about if we order the utility to develop a tariff here today, I would not necessarily have this particular contract need to conform to that tariff for a couple of reasons. Number one, what we order here today should be sufficient and durable over the long term. We shouldn't really be ordering too many things that are just temporary in nature or will only hold for a couple of years. Number two, I think doing that would make the utility have to create a tariff that conforms to the contract and back into that. And I think they should be freely able to create an ideal tariff. So I think by doing all these things, having the utility propose a tariff that allows for appropriate cost recovery, contractual safeguards, oversight mechanisms, the commission and Alliant can accommodate economic development while also ensuring existing customers are fully protected from risk or subsidy. So I do have an order condition to propose in order to lay out how this would work and to establish this. I did put it in a handout, and I will say with this handout that I have 3 different items in it. One of them is about this tariff sheet, and 2 are about future discussion items we'll be taking. I just put it in one so we don't have to keep stopping for a handout. These are not the only items that I would order or suggest requiring in this case. These are just 3 that happen to be particularly wordy, and so I don't want to read them out loud. So that's what this handout is, but the first item is on this tariff. And I think we can pause here for a moment to take a look at that.
Thank you for your efficiency and clarity on that.
Thank you.
The handout will be posted for those listening and watching under news and events at the commission calendar.
All right, I believe that everybody has a copy of the handout. So essentially, the order point that I'm suggesting here would say the applicant shall file with the commission a request for approval of a large load tariff schedule within 90 days of service of this order. The proposed tariff schedule shall include the rates and rules applicable to new loads of 100 megawatts or greater. The filing shall provide detail on the standards and protections the applicant applies in evaluating potential contracts with new large loads. The new tariff shall provide that the present ESA with Degas LLC and any commission-approved amendments thereto need not conform to the new tariff during its original term if they conform to the commission order in the present docket. So essentially, we can handle the current ESA and any follow-up amendments under this docket in this order. With that, I will turn it over to my colleagues. Chair Strand?
Thank you, and thank you for your handout and for walking through the reasoning. I will start by saying that I absolutely agree that we should require the filing of a standalone large load tariff for the exact reasons that you stated. So heat of agreement on that. I think I will respond first directly to your proposed language, and then we can go from there. I am supportive of the language. I do have a concern with the 90-day term. I think that the applicant is incentivized to work quickly. I think we usually attach a deadline to something when we're wanting to compel it more quickly. I don't see their I don't see an issue on that front, but I also want to make sure that we're not hamstringing our staff. I think that we have all said, and this is reflected in the language as well, that we want this to be carefully crafted and to be broad enough to work for future customers. And I think, making sure that not only they're taking time, but not too much time, which they're not going to do anyway, and that we have enough time to review and respond. I think another aspect of this that probably doesn't need to be specifically stated in the language is the importance of including other perspectives and engagement on the new large load tariff filing itself. And really, again, like we've all been talking about, making sure that there is transparency and opportunity for that engagement, so that it is collaborative and so that those affected stakeholders, interveners, and the public have the ability to participate in that record. And I worry again that even requiring the filing in 90 days might hamper the ability to have that engagement occur pre-filing as well. So that's that. I'm comfortable with 100 megawatts. I think that's consistent, and I think it's appropriately sized. Of some of the other things that I was considering when thinking about not being overly prescriptive, to your point, but also what kinds of things would this commission like to see based on what we're interested in, what our priorities are in a filing like this? Increasing transparency and visibility, obviously, ensuring that there's the necessary protections, all of those things that you've stated. Again, collaboration and engagement. I think transparency and robust reporting, a lot of the things that we've been highlighting. That it's not set it and forget it, that there's mechanisms within the filed tariff or whatever we decide to do with filed tariff to ensure that the commission can check in and monitor that it's working as intended, and if not, that we have the ability to adjust. And I think, again, doubling down on ensuring that the non-participating customers aren't paying for things that are directly attributable to and indirectly attributable to the data centers are all things that we want. I think a broad holistic approach that's thoughtful and flexible is important. But I don't think that any of that necessarily needs to be specifically articulated, other than just saying it out loud in terms of what the expectation is. And I think we've been consistent on what those expectations are in general too. So again, I'm very comfortable with joining you at Alt 1. I am comfortable with the large load tariff language, but I would prefer that we stay silent on the days or the filing date requirement for the reasons that I said. I think that's probably all that I have to add at the moment on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Strand. And Commissioner Hawkins?
Thank you, Commissioner Nieto, for the handout, and both of you for your comments on why I'm also at Alt 1 to require the applicant to file for a standalone large load tariff. Again, I said in my opening comments that this is the first time IC1 has ever been used. And in my view, the scale of electric system transformation that could occur under confidential agreements is entirely inappropriate. And so having a comprehensive standard offer tariff is the only way to transparently serve the public interest given the realities of these new large loads, as I said, which were not contemplated 25 years ago. So I like your proposal here. I too had some concerns on the 90 days of service, but unlike Chair Strand, I do think we need to get some date certain because the opportunity to file under the IC1 tariff will exist until it's remedied. And so I was viewing that as a risk that needs to be addressed. And so, I mean, I might suggest a filing by the end of this year as being appropriate, just so we don't leave that path open for too long. I understand that that would be a modification to an existing tariff sheet, but I do see it being structured as a modification that would reference eligibility to this new tariff starting from the date that this new tariff is approved at the commission. And so similar to what Commissioner Nieto said, I think this contract should be able to stand on its own for its original term, given the conversation we're about to have on it. And we should make the modifications forward-looking only. And that includes, basically allowing for this contract to be, grandfathered in under the existing IC1 as it exists today. So I'm fine with that. I did have a question about the language here. It says original term. I just wanted to confirm that that is inclusive of the 2 5-year extensions. It's the 10-year original term and then 2 5-year extensions.
I meant that to indicate the term that we authorize in today's discussion.
Yeah, it's going to depend on the decision issued in issue 1.
Okay.
Right?
Yes, so if we authorize the 10-year term with the 2 extensions, it would refer back to that. But if we authorize a 15-year term, it would refer back to that, et cetera.
Got it. Okay, well then I'll hold my fire on that because we'll figure out when we get there. And then a second question was on the language saying in evaluating potential contracts with new large loads. Are the contracts there meant to be focused on service agreements that we see under a tariff? I just think the word contract is a little loaded and buzzy given what we're seeing here in the IC1, so I wanted to check on that.
It's exactly what you said. So when being approached by a new large load customer and evaluating entering into an agreement with that customer, there are baseline standards, protections, and guardrails that are already teed up in advance in the tariff.
Okay.
And we can certainly
Yeah, maybe
wordsmith that.
agreements or something like that would just be a little more general, just given that we have this tariff that contemplates contracts that will be active while this is being developed. So in evaluating potential agreements with new large loads or something like that, I think would help differentiate. Other than that, I think I just want to highlight that this is, a really important change to make so that we're not left with this take it or leave it approach where we have no or an untested tariff on the books that could very likely not be reasonable. And so we need to go through this process, hear from interveners, as Chair Strand was saying, get a sense of what a reasonable rate for this type of customer would be and get that filed. So I think that'll be important. I am fine not specifying several key elements. Everyone knows what key elements of these tariffs are, and has the benefit of our discussion a couple weeks ago, and I'm sure there'll be more by the time this is filed of what the new state of the art is. So I did also just want to specify that I think it would be important that this direction we're giving is for a standalone TE docket by the end of the year and doesn't slip into a future rate case or something. I do think in order to have this sort of robust conversation with everyone, it needs to have a standalone treatment in our processing as well, just to make sure that that doesn't get lost in the many other finer details of a rate case. So that's my position on this one.
Thank you. Thanks to you both for your comments. And I think to what both of you are saying about the 90 days and the year and the timeline, I would suggest perhaps instead of setting a date certain and to get to what both of you are concerned with, one option we could do is to say the applicant shall file with the commission a request for approval of a large load tariff schedule in a standalone TE docket prior to or concurrent with any subsequent agreement being filed for a customer of 100 megawatts or greater. So making it either concurrent with or before the next very large customer request comes about could be another way to do it. So I'll put those out there for multiple options. Thanks.
Thank you. I think that gets to the issues, and I think it also further incentivizes quick but measured action. I would have been okay with getting to the end of the year that Commissioner Hawkins proposed, but I'm very comfortable with what you proposed as well, so we can pick. I don't think there's a huge difference in either, given what we know about 12 other things about to happen. And also, I think as the grammar hammer, I like Commissioner Hawkins' point regarding the word contracts and just how that could be defined. I think either agreements or service agreements is probably slightly more broad. And obviously, while we're setting this specific docket in front of us today, like not aside, or it can exist outside of what we're asking to be filed in the future, we know that service agreements or agreements are a vehicle or a mechanism kind of memorializing these relationships between the utilities and the data centers. So I think that term is probably appropriate here. And I'll just say out loud again that I'm comfortable with what you all have articulated regarding this specific document decision before us, living outside, and then the new large load tariff being that separate TE docket filing. So I don't think you needed me to weigh in on anything, other things, so I'll leave it at that for now. Thank you.
Thank you. And Commissioner Hawkins, do you have thoughts on the end of year versus concurrent prior?
I do. I believe in the concurrent prior language that you discussed, would that allow for another application to come at the same time concurrently that would fall under the existing rules, and then we'd process it, and so the new tariff wouldn't be on the books before, or it would be filed in anticipation of approval of the new tariff?
It would be filed in anticipation of approval of the new tariff, similar to the VLC
Right.
bespoke resources.
Yes.
Kind of concurrent
Got it. I'm
agreements that we saw.
Okay, I'm fine with that. That makes sense. And then I do think one thing maybe we haven't heard from the chair on was my suggestion of the modification to IC1. I know you did.
I heard you say it.
Okay.
but I was waiting for the specific issue or proposal that you were going to.
Yeah, and so I want to discuss that now because I guess I probably wasn't clear in my opening. I could go a variety of ways with that. I think it could be something that's filed in parallel with a new large load tariff, a modification to the IC1 that acknowledges who is eligible for IC1, and it would reference, any customer eligible for insert whatever we're going to call it, this new large load tariff, is no longer eligible for IC1. And so you can't make that modification until you have the new tariff. So I wasn't clear on if we should order a separate proceeding on that. I did talk with legal, and there's a bunch of different ways we can do that. So I just wanted the direction to be clear. And then however that's achieved by the applicant, I'm fine with. But I do think that procedurally, it would make sense to have these things sort of happen in tandem because they are interrelated. So I had originally thought about in issue 10 and the catch-all of any other conditions, ordering something there to make this modifications. But I think if we're clear and in agreement on this change within this issue here in 9B, I'm fine with it just being a part of this broader condition of ordering the new large load tariff, recognizing that that modification would come subsequent or in parallel with that filing.
That helps. And like you said, there are many pathways. I'll put out one other pathway, which you've likely already explored as well, but for consideration, is I think similar to what we identified in the WEC case 2 weeks ago. We had that contract strike, like this is for customers who are eligible for CP2, because that contract shouldn't say or for CP1, that contract didn't need to say that those customers would be eligible for CP1 because they were identified as no longer eligible. So I think consistent with that, another option would be just to state here and require that the upcoming tariff filing would identify that customers who are eligible for this schedule are not eligible for the other schedules in the tariff book. Yeah, so if you're in the future filing, so you have 100 megawatt or above tariff, and these customers aren't eligible for CP2, they're not eligible for IC-1, et cetera. So just another option, and I think either one of those could work. Chair Strand?
I support the concept to your question, and I think that your proposal for how to do that is probably the cleanest, and it avoids some potential concerns about prejudging other tariff changes. So I think that it's cleaner, and it also, I think the timing and the location of that kind of carve out is appropriate to happen the way that you explained. So, yep, I support that. Thank you.
Commissioner Hawkins, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, I support that. I think it's cleaner and would work well with the timing. I do still think I reviewed the IC1 tariff just yesterday, for one more time, and it does have language that just says like everyone is eligible for it. So we might need some like unless otherwise specified or something like that language, and I'll leave that up to the legal eagles out there. But I don't think it has to be the clear like referencing of classes that I was anticipating with the language that you suggested. I think that achieves it, but there might still need to be a wording tweak here or there.
Great. Okay, so thank you for identifying that language in the IC1 tariff. And I think, like we've said in some of the other tariff filings, to exactly the point of what you're saying, when the applicant files for the new 100 megawatt and above tariff, they can also file the corresponding markup to all the other tariff sheets that may have impacts and have that all conform. And that's a good call out that some of these say broadly folks are eligible. In terms of just the language itself, are we agreeing that the language will say the applicant shall file with the commission a request for approval of a large load tariff schedule in a standalone TE docket prior to or concurrently with any future application for approval of a service agreement with a customer of 100 megawatts or greater? The proposed tariff schedule shall include the rates and rules applicable to new loads of 100 megawatts or greater. The filing shall provide detail on the standards and protections the applicant applies in evaluating potential service agreements with new large loads, et cetera. Does that encompass everybody's changes?
I think that gets us to where we all coalesced. Again, as long as we're clear that, as long as we feel that the prior to or concurrent with the commencement of is appropriately defining kind of the timing to ensure that what we don't want to happen doesn't happen. I think that works, that's okay, in the absence of a specific date certain.
I agree. I think that captures that.
All right, great. Thanks to you both, and thanks for jumping into issue 9B right away. So that brings us all the way to issue number 1. All right. Okay. So issue 1 is what is an appropriate term length for this agreement with Meta that we're talking about here today. To me, this was one of the more challenging questions in this case, along with a couple others we'll get to. I do believe a 15-year term is appropriate. I understand that this term length impacts other provisions in the agreement, such as credit support, termination provisions, et cetera. So many elements of this agreement are interwoven that it is hard to consider any one element in isolation, which makes our job here going through this agreement challenging. The proposed ESA establishes an initial 10-year term, which the applicant argues is intended to strike a balance between providing the customer with sufficient time to develop and bring its facility into commercial operation, while also allowing the utility to engage in prudent long-term system planning and infrastructure investment. According to the application, the term is also designed to provide the utility with a meaningful degree of revenue certainty by ensuring that Meta contributes a minimum level of revenue over the contract period, regardless whether actual load ultimately meets projections. So again, as we've talked about already today, the applicant has said, please approve this as is, don't make modifications to the agreement. I don't think that's realistic. I understand that there were lengthy negotiations between Alliant and Meta that went into this. And like my colleagues have both said, it would be one thing if we already had an approved specific tariff for a customer of this size on the books, and that tariff would have been developed through a public proceeding where customers were at the table, environmental groups were at the table, everyone in the public together developing a tariff, and then we had a contract here that fit the terms of that tariff. It might be a little bit more realistic under that to assume that a conforming contract shouldn't have many modifications, but this is a significant and novel proposal. It's based on a negotiation that took place between two private parties, and it is regarding something that is so substantial that it affects all the other customers of the utility and the state as a whole. And so to me, it can't be a question of approve it as is or just deny it completely, like a yes, no. And we can't let the costs or risks be shifted onto other customers. So regarding 15 years, I think there's substantial evidence in the record to support a 15-year term. 15-year term aligns with the term of the REP agreements, which better align with investments and other similar contract lengths. We don't have a guarantee that REP will be used or to what extent it'll be used. So the 10 years is short when you think of the life of transmission and generation assets. Meta has a desire to stay on the system for longer than 10 years. They are requesting that Alliant increase its load or expand its system at utility scale. So 15 years is not a very long time to lock in that type of a requirement. And ultimately, I wasn't convinced that the 10-year term would be sufficient to recover the costs being caused. That said, we have a lot of interwoven provisions here, and various parts of this contract impact one another. So I'm curious to hear what my colleagues thought about this. Chair Strand?
Thank you. I agree that this is a challenging decision, and that many of the other issues presented here are interwoven. And so it's really, you can't just make it a standalone decision here. There are cascading effects and impacts related to a lot of the other aspects of this, specifically rates, termination, et cetera. There's a lot of the things that you said, oversight, reporting, all of the above. So I have one question, a clarifying question for you first that I think is something that Commissioner Hawkins already brought up, but when you advocate for a 15-year term, does that mean 15 years period, or does that mean 15 years and the two 5-year renewal options or additions, which could argue, potentially lead to a full term of 25 years or something in between? I'm just curious if the 15 years is kind of what we're working off of or where we are. I just need a little more clarity on like what the 15 years actually means.
I didn't envision changing the renewals, and seeing as to how those are optional renewals as well, I would just leave those as is, and those renewals would come back to the commission for approval regardless, in my understanding. So I would just set the base minimum contract length at a 15-year base.
Okay, that's helpful. Again, just given how the interwoven nature, I don't think this is a hard one. So I'm curious to hear what Commissioner Hawkins has to say about the term length, and then we can keep our discussion going. Thank you.
For me, I was really comfortable with the as proposed 10-year term length. The evidence in the record demonstrated that it allows for the recovery of the only certain incremental cost, which is the transmission assets to be recovered, and not only be recovered, but be recovered at the minimum demand levels, which are much lower than the reasonably expected demand levels. So this is the same way I viewed this in the VLC case, where we had clear demonstration that the known infrastructure costs would not be recovered over the term length. That is why I supported expansion of that term length. I want to be consistent here that we have evidence showing that we will have that recovery happen within the original term, and so I'm good with that. I think it's just sort of the threshold. I do understand why it's tricky, because here we have unknown future investments that are an open question. And where I came down on that is that this contract has escalating demand charges that are generous, and we'll talk about those when we get there, that do a great job of de-risking what those unknowns are. And also, with the 5-year extensions that you two were just talking about, there is an opportunity to use the transparency and reporting requirements. I was really close to my microphone, I'm very sorry. We can use those to review and make changes at those times, and I think that's an asset of this contract, is that there is an opportunity to have data on what the experienced costs are associated with new generation, and ensure that those are reflected in extensions at that time, as envisioned by the applicant. They recognize as much, stating that, we'll have more information a decade from now. So in case the $16 per kilowatt month is not good in perpetuity, which I doubt it would be. So that's why I was at the 10 years. Also, I guess it's worth saying, I do think because of the spillover impacts of this term length, I believe there's other important protections that I'll recommend later on that will help address some of the risks with the out-year costs associated with meeting the customer's needs, that allow me to get comfortable enough with this 10-year, given the things that Commissioner Nieto was saying of the life of assets and having those on the books potentially as stranded assets. Fully understand and appreciate that. I went at it a bit of a different way in that we have some things we know today. We have some tools that could de-risk that later. And I think what we have in the contract is sufficient to support the 10 years right now.
Thank you. Chair Strand, do you want to go
The
first
only
and
other thing
respond?
that I'll say is just, I think Commissioner Hawkins kind of talked about this, but I think one of the things that really helped kind of guide my review and attempting to coalesce around a decision on this was the fact that, unlike the VLC tariff that the commission took up 2 weeks ago, lengthening this contract term length does not provide the extra protections the way that it did there. And I think that's an important distinction. So I want to make sure that we're being clear that shorter does not necessarily equal worse in terms of how that impacts non-participating customers, uncertainty in future investments, et cetera. And for those reasons, I think, again, I was relatively most comfortable with that 10 length initial, or the 10 years as proposed under alternative 1. But again, you both have made good points for why you are where you are. And, given, some of the things that Commissioner Hawkins said regarding oversight, customer protections, potential rate discussion. Not only are there still, that helps, I think, a lot, but it also means that there's still unresolved interplay between this decision and those decisions. So if we had to absolutely decide right now, I would be at the 10 years. But I think we can also reserve the right to revisit this as we get through some of those other related decisions, if that helps kind of bring the decision here better into focus based on where we are there. But I'm okay with the choose your own adventure.
Thanks to you both. You're both bringing up really good points too, just because of how interconnected each element of this is. It's very much a package deal. And so you could take many different pathways to get to a very similar outcome. And so if you don't perhaps move the lever around the term length, there are still other levers available that address some of the concerns that I had in the term length, or vice versa. So I think, and Chair Strand, I appreciate your suggestion. I'd appreciate circling back to this one in light of the set of other decisions that we make, because this is another kind of overarching decision. If that's okay with both of you.
It's fine, it's great with me. I think, just for clarity, I think that would probably occur probably after issue 10. We will have gotten through some of those issues with interplay or overlap, just in case we want to try to stay on track or put a pin in when we come back. But yes, I'm very supportive of what you just outlined, and I appreciate you being considerate of that option.
Thank you. And Commissioner Hawkins, did you have anything else on this one, or comments on circling back to it, or?
I'm good with circling back. I think that's appropriate.
Okay, great. All right. The next issue is the rate structure itself. So we're talking about the various billing determinants here. 2A is the proposed service charge. Is it reasonable? I would approve this one. Alt 1, Meta would pay a monthly fixed service charge on a per meter basis. This charge is intended to recover the utility's routine customer-specific costs, including metering, billing, and other administrative expenses associated with providing service. And I do think this is also something we can look at in future rate cases, and we will be able to discuss under the issue items under cost of service studies and all of these different reporting and adjusting mechanisms that we've each identified. So Alt 1, Chair Strand?
Thank you. I'm also at Alt 1. And I fully agree that this is the kind of thing that the commission should continue to monitor closely, as you said, and that gives me great comfort. So thank you for that. And for those reasons, Alt 1.
Thank you.
And I'm at Alt 1 as well for the same reasons.
Great, thank you. All right, so that brings us to the next billing determinant item, which is the proposed demand charge, which we've already referenced here. The applicant proposed a demand charge to recover the cost of the applicant meeting Meta's required firm generation capacity needs. The demand charge is scheduled to increase or anticipated to increase over time to reflect the increasing demand of Meta as Meta's load ramps. The demand charges are subject to escalating step increases or likely to be increases over the life of the agreement. Under this framework, the initial demand charge would apply from the commencement of commercial operations until the implementation of MISO's direct loss of load, or DLOL, capacity accreditation methodology for the 2028 to 2029 planning year. I'll note the demand charge is the sole rate mechanism by which the applicant will recover costs associated with generation capacity. We will cover staff witness Miller's proposed condition on capacity costs and demand revenue in issue 8, and I will be interested to hear my colleagues' thoughts there. We will also cover the incremental cost charge in issue 2I, which I'll be supportive of there. As for this issue, I am at alternative 1. Chair Strand?
Thank you. I am also at alternative 1, largely because, similar to what you said, I believe that we can, as a commission, direct reporting and data collection efforts, some of which the applicant has already explicitly committed to providing. And then also we'll have an opportunity to consider those things in future proceedings. And so that's why I'm comfortable with Alt 1. Thank you.
Thank you. And Commissioner Hawkins?
Thanks. I am also at Alt 1 approving the demand charges as proposed. Just to summarize my thinking on this one, I think using the PRA outcomes, the auction outcomes as the near-term costs for the customer makes sense. But I'll just note that in the record, interveners, no one really pushed back on the counterfactual that the applicant put forward, which is that but for the load, the applicant would sell this capacity into the auction and generate those revenues, which is true. But there's also a very real scenario that the applicant would have gone through with their resource retirement decisions as originally scheduled and did not do that. And so there's costs in the interim that are associated with that decision that existing customers bear. There was no analysis of those incremental costs associated with getting long to become available to sell into the auction. And those costs, I think should not be ignored. The record didn't contain, again, any analysis of that. So I just wanted to make sure I wasn't in agreement that the true incremental cost is just what we would have sold into the auction, because there's a cost of getting long and then investing in those resources continually and making them available. So mini rant there. Over the longer term, the PRA is not the appropriate price, and so I think the applicant did a really good job of analyzing what those costs might be and had this inclining fixed cost structure with multiple different methods that I thought were all sound for various different reasons, and that it was really good analysis and really good vetting of that analysis by the interveners. Staff also thoroughly vetted those and got to a point of deeming them not wholly unreasonable, which is high praise from the staff. So paired with ongoing monitoring that we'll discuss later, I think all of that made me comfortable with the costs that were proposed here by the applicant. And then just to wrap it up, the revenue that is projected to be generated by these cost thresholds at the minimum demand levels, again, was proven to recover the known cost at this point, which is the transmission cost. So that was a huge thing for me. So just tying it back to that. But with all that, I'm at Alt 1.
Great, thank you. I appreciate the not wholly unreasonable call out. Yes. The next issue is what are reasonable minimum demand levels. So the ESA establishes a minimum service obligation through what is referred to as minimum demand level. This provision ensures Meta will pay demand charges at a minimum level that won't go below a specified threshold, thereby ensuring a baseline level of revenue commitment and stability. This agreement includes an initial grace period lasting up to 11 months after the customer's facility is physically capable of receiving permanent transmission level electric service, and in no event later than 12 months after the associated transmission facilities become commercially operational, during which the minimum demand requirement is set at a lower level. So the applicant provided information that the primary purpose of this requirement is, as Commissioner Hawkins has referenced, to provide WPL with a stable revenue stream to offset the costs associated with the infrastructure constructed to serve the ICR customer, namely the costs of the transmission facilities, which are, again, the known construction costs, the large bucket of them that we have at this time. And it is designed to create that revenue stream, especially if the customer's load does not materialize as expected, or if there is month-to-month load volatility. So the minimum demand level, as proposed, appears sufficient to cover Alliance allocated cost of the transmission facilities referenced, namely the Dodge County Interconnection Project. And this is where some of these billing determinants do get a little bit complicated. The demand charge itself is not just for the transmission service or just for the transmission service. It is the sole mechanism for recovering the cost of generation capacity. And we had identification in the record that the minimum demand levels are not set commensurate with capacity costs. On this one, because I am supportive of a number of cost of service reporting and incremental adjustment requirements later on in the discussion, I was supportive of alternative 1 here, but I was also open to alternative 2 and hoping to hear discussion from my colleagues. Thanks.
I was in a very similar position. I think that the record was most clear on what you articulated regarding alternative 1, but it also is, I think alternative two is also a viable option here. So I'm curious to hear from Commissioner Hawkins. But to your point, Commissioner Nato, I think that if we're at alt one, given some of those other future issues that we're going to decide and that could potentially strengthen the alt one position here, those are the, part of what would make me comfortable with that in terms of approving it as proposed. But curious to hear what Commissioner Hawkins has to say. Thank you.
Thanks. I'm in a similar place. I was at alternative one for this one. I thought the evidence was sufficient to justify these demand levels. And why I did not support alt two was that I thought it would be unreasonable to peg the minimum demand levels to a floating number, which is the annual contracted amount can change. And so if we were ever trying to get a firm understanding of what the revenue generated by the minimum demand levels would be, we wouldn't be able to get that if we peg it on that. So I thought that was a good reason to stick at alt one. Another is that if we set it artificially high and then there is no need to develop or procure additional capacity, then there's just a windfall for the utility where the data center has to pay, but they never had to build anything, so we don't need to overly constrain by making it too high. So I do want to say that we have many other ways to reduce risks that we were just hearing about from my colleagues. Including how we review WPL's planning decisions. And so, one thing's on this floating contract amount and demand level will really change, I think, the types of questions staff has to answer or ask and get answered as it relates to a range of potential need that is not fully defined anywhere. So I want to acknowledge that we have tools within the rest of our decisions here today, and then we have tools in our other proceedings as well that can help de-risk the costs that existing customers might face.
Thank you. Thanks to you both. Those are good points as well. And that helps. So we were all at alt one for the minimum demand level. And then our next item is around provisions for the ICR customer to be able to change its contract demand. So under the proposal, Meta would be allowed to annually change the contract demand so long as, one, any increase does not exceed the maximum contract demand, and two, any decrease does not exceed a certain level of the then applicable contract demand, per this discussion we've just had, down to the minimum demand. So the applicant has provided that this structure recognizes that the customer's operational needs may evolve over time and attempts to impose, to a degree, guardrails to preserve system planning integrity and revenue stability. I would say here, in light of our decision to maintain the minimum demand at the proposed level. Again, this is pegged to minimum demand and also interacts with the capacity reservation charge item. Here, I would be at alt 2. I do share some of the concerns stated in the record about the level of flexibility and this moving target from year to year, so I would prefer to tighten that up a bit. Chair Strand.
That I also thought, I appreciate the intervener's comments regarding the over flexibility. I was open to alt 1, but I think given what you said and the things that this can be tied back to, that alt 2 is perfectly reasonable. Again, I thought some of the record analysis for like the 10% number was a little thin, but that doesn't mean that it's a problem or unreasonable, and it also doesn't mean that there isn't still too much flexibility in the contract demand as proposed. So I think I can probably join you at alt 2. I do feel like it just tightens it a little bit in the right direction. But I'm obviously curious to hear what Commissioner Hawkins has to say as well on this one. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks. This is the one I think I went back and forth the most on. And so I am also comfortable joining at Alt 2. I had to step back and think about the many different pieces of flexibility that are built into this contract, and there are many. And so, getting a sense of that aggregated impact was what I was focused on when reviewing this one. And so I think allowing flexibility here, which Alt 2 still does, makes sense, just given the unknowns of the customer, and I think that's great. But because the biggest unknown here is future generation needed to serve this customer, the ability to jump around from year to year by tens of megawatts will really swing some costs. And so I think it does make sense to remove that harm from existing customers by tightening this up here. Again, my comment on staff's need to be extremely vigilant in how this potential to jump up to 220 in any future year, how the applicant brings that to us as a justification for future capacity needs, because every year they might face an impending, 80 or 90 megawatt jump. Like, that's going to be something that I'll be looking for very closely in the future. So I think tightening this here prevents that sort of yo-yoing while still allowing some flexibility. So I do want to recognize that the applicant did a good job of saying that we could mitigate the harms by repurposing capacity and all of those things. Those are also unknowns. And so Cub had some good points that in theory, yes, those tools could be used, but there's no guarantee, and it might not be for the amount of revenue that truly would offset those swings. So for those reasons, I'm fine joining here at Alt 2.
Great, thank you. Thanks to you both. All right, so issue 2C is the energy charge. The ICR establishes a market-based rate for all energy consumed by Meta on the applicable MISO day-ahead, real-time, and ancillary service charges, which will be directly attributable to Meta. This allows Meta to take energy market risks and receive any benefits. The energy charge includes all of Alliance transaction costs and credits from MISO at the specified commercial pricing node for Meta. This structure ensures that WPL recovers its MISO energy costs and insulates WPL's non-ICR customers or existing customers from the risk of changing market energy prices for the energy consumed by Meta. WPL, I'll note, requested authorization to include the revenues collected from Meta for energy consumed to be included in monitored fuels as opportunity sales or an equivalent, which results in energy costs being equally offset by energy revenue billed to Meta in the presentation of monitored fuel costs. This proposed treatment ensures Meta's market-based energy pricing related revenues are reviewed frequently to ensure Alliance existing customers are protected from energy-related costs associated with Meta being shifted. And there was a suggested reporting condition from staff around reporting the energy consumption and revenue separately. We will cover that in a separate future discussion item. For this one, I was at alternative 1. Chairperson Strand?
Thank you. I'm at Alt 1 as well. I'm comfortable with this arrangement, and I'll just note, similar to kind of what you're saying and what we've been talking about, because these rates specifically are essentially pass-throughs, I think it makes it even more necessary that the other rates that we're discussing and deciding on for the ICR customer to pay, it's even more necessary that those cover the cost of providing the service that they're receiving, especially because these are basically straight through pass-throughs. So, thank you. Alt 1.
Thank you. And Commissioner Hawkins?
And I was at Alt 1 as well. I thought Clean Wisconsin's arguments that the data center will drive up wholesale costs that will flow through to everyone wasn't really a good argument, because other larger customers would even do that more so than Meta would. So you can't really make that argument and draw that line. So I think passing through these charges is totally appropriate and has the customer taking the risks that the statute requires for these market-based risks. So I was at Alt 1.
Thank you. All right. So our next item is on the transmission service charge. I'll be interested to hear my colleagues' thoughts on the transmission topic in general, and I'll make this short. For context, in order to enable the interconnection of Meta's load, ATC proposed and the MISO Board of Directors approved the Dodge County Distribution Interconnection Project. The commission granted ATC a certificate of public convenience and necessity for the construction of the project in docket 137 CE 210 at an estimated cost of $191 million. Construction has an expected completion date in 2027. And these are the newly being built transmission facilities that we are referencing in this docket. There are costs associated with shared use of the existing transmission system as well. And as in our case a couple of weeks ago, we do have some of the same issues here being caused by QIP and the temporal mismatch of collecting revenues. We have some of the same issues around other ATC utilities sharing in the costs of new projects. And this transmission service charge is the same methodology as the load ratio share methodology we reviewed in the case a couple of weeks ago. As we already discussed, Alliant proposed here its own minimum demand level to ensure the costs it is billed from ATC are covered by Meta revenues over the term of the agreement. Termination of the agreement earlier than anticipated is another issue that could impact the overall transmission costs. We'll discuss that in a later issue. But I would say altogether, taken together with the other decisions we're able to make in this docket, I found this transmission charge as the base methodology to be reasonable with the minimum demand and other measures applied. I would like to propose and hear my colleagues' thoughts on directing the applicant similarly to work with ATC on a fix to ensure Wisconsin customers don't receive Alliant data center customer transmission bills for this and for other data centers. So ordering something along the lines of the applicant shall work with ATC on a cost allocation method to alleviate concerns about cross-subsidization and submit to the commission contemporaneously with a FERC filing, any FERC filing that attempts to address transmission cost allocation for large load customers. And then if we do order something along those lines, similar to what we discussed in the previous case, the applicant could come back with any necessary amendments to this agreement to reflect or to adjust for that broader fix. So that's where I was at in this one. Chair Strand?
Thank you. I was also at alternative one. I found the staff's analysis here especially was really helpful to understand the charge and cost recovery, and that really helped me get to alt one. I also very strongly support articulating / ordering that WP&L should work with ATC, especially around the QIP situation. And I appreciate you raising that, and that's exactly the kind of thing that I would like to see occur as it relates to, transmission cost allocation and just the issue of transmission costs as a whole. And I'm hopeful that we'll start to see some progress being made on this because, I think up until this point, we felt that there's not a lot that we can do, but now that we're, at least having the ability to weigh in on encouraging strongly these conversations to start to occur, maybe at some point we can start chipping away at how this impacts customers kind of across the state. Thank you.
Thank you. And Commissioner Hawkins?
Thanks to you both. I was also at alternative one. The record showed that the minimum demand recovered the incremental costs that will be allocated to Alliant under the existing method. And I just want to underscore that that is only possible because 75% of the cost of this project are going to other ATC customers. So in this analysis, Alliant will always have the opportunity to justify, a pretty approachable amount of expense because of the 75% discount. So in using the justification of meeting the incremental transmission needs, we have to be really vigilant that we're missing a very significant amount of costs that will end up on somebody's bills somewhere. So that said, I do think this data center's interconnection cost came at a reasonable cost and, was not outrageous. And so the analysis, didn't seem to be abusive. And we're just stuck with the FERC rates that could disguise, pushing around a significant amount of dollars. I also found it interesting that the name of this project has the word interconnection in it. And really does not try to hide that this serves an individual customer and is not part of a larger network service that everyone is benefiting from. So that said, we have to also go back to last week and recognize that, or a couple weeks ago, Alliance customers are going to be facing tens of millions of dollars of data center transmission costs from other utilities' data centers. And whether or not that is appropriate or something that we are being open-eyed about is a concern of mine. I appreciate the reminder on the QUIP issue. Alliance current customers are paying for the financing of this project while it is being built. And that's just the rules of the road and highly problematic. Then, to your point, Commissioner Nieto, on tracking or a condition, I think I'm supportive of that as well. The work with language that we had, I can get behind. I do think later we'll have an issue about tracking transmission costs under this current framework, which I support, but I do think we should also track the costs of this project that's associated with this interconnection as a standalone tracking item. As that project is cost recovered through the existing FERC formula rate, we should just track that dollar amount as it goes into the ATC rate base, and I want to add that to the transmission cost tracking. I think that'll be important because there is a looming federal policy in the works on this very topic. And so we should have some insight into the costs of interconnection for this data center. And so I think proactively ordering that would be useful because we have no idea what that may contain. So all that said, I'm at Alt 1.
Great, thank you. And thanks to you both for supporting that additional order condition.
Are you gonna, sorry to interrupt, propose that additional standalone tracking in the?
Yes.
In a later?
I'm going to modify a later one, yep.
Great, okay, just wanted to check, thank you.
Thank you. So issue 2E is a proposed generation capacity reservation charge. The ESA includes a generation capacity reservation charge, which serves as a mechanism to ensure that Meta provides adequate compensation for the generation capacity that the utility must reserve on its behalf. This charge is directly tied to the customer's monthly contract demand level, and when combined with the agreement's minimum demand provisions, creates a take-or-pay structure. In other words, if the customer's actual usage falls below certain thresholds, the customer remains financially responsible for paying for a substantial portion of the reserve capacity that the utility has planned for and committed to serve. This charge itself is calculated based on the applicable demand charge and the difference between a defined portion of the customer's contractual demand obligation and its actual billing demand. This structure is intended to mitigate the risk that the utility reserves substantial capacity for the customer without receiving sufficient revenue to support those commitments. There was some discussion at different portions of this record about the mechanism for the collection of that revenue and what happens with any oversubscribed capacity or underages in the revenue, kind of the rate and recovery type mechanisms there. So I will say here, I support take or pay provisions, and the question is whether the parameters around this one are sufficient. And this is where the record gets a little bit in the weeds, and some of the discussion gets a little bit in the weeds, but there was some question and answer on the stand in the party hearing about if there is still allowed to be reserved capacity that is not captured through the take or pay, then who ultimately pays for that? Do other customers pay for it? Do shareholders pay for it? Or the company? There was discussion on the stand that through the current rate-making process, that the company would pay for that, which to me means that shareholders pay for that. And I know, of course, with our market-based rate statute, we have to watch out for harm to shareholders as in addition to harm to customers. So there were a couple of things going on there. First of all, I construed that statement on the stand to be a commitment. There was discussion that the company would not seek to recover any amounts associated with this discussion from customers. And then second, I would say that throughout this discussion, we would just need to make sure that all of these interacting components together are sufficiently protective that there's not a shareholder harm created if we approve this one decision item. And then third, I would just say this is something that I would just flag for folks, and I have not been able to fully research how all of these different components would interact in different future scenarios. This isn't part of the discussion that was on the record, and there's enough here as is. But as we all know, purchase capacity is part of the fuel rules, and it has been for a long time part of non-monitored fuels. There was recent legislation passed that puts purchase capacity into monitored fuels now, and that would start happening in 2027, 2028. And so with purchase capacity being a part of monitored fuels, that does get subject to true-ups by which customers would be paying for and truing up on under recovery or receiving back on over recovery on that item. So that's more of just a statement for staff and kind of a flag as we look at some of the complexities of these interacting pieces here. It's not a particular concern with regard to this issue, especially in light of some of the discussion of how any amounts would be sought for recovery. The final piece I would say on this is that the commitments being made did remind me that we should require an order condition about the applicant following through on all commitments made in this proceeding. We required that a couple of weeks ago as well, due to the size of that record too. And I would phrase that just slightly differently in this record because there is a lot going on with varying levels of commitments, to make it specific that to the effect that it is not in conflict with decisions that we are making today is the caveat. The order point would be the applicant shall follow through on all commitments made in this proceeding. So with all of that said, that's kind of a long rambling one on, this is one of the topics that I really went around on. I would be at Alt 1 on this and that order condition. Chair Strand?
Thank you. I appreciate the helpful discussion and the other kind of things that you are thought about in reaching the Alt 1 decision. I am also at Alt 1 and can absolutely support the additional order condition. Thank you. And I think it's really reasonable to make it broad, but also make sure that we're clear that not in conflict with what we decide today.
What it means, yep.
Yeah,
Thank
exactly.
you.
Thank you.
And Commissioner Hawkins?
Thanks. I was at alternative 1 for this one as well. And again, this is one of the areas where the layering of flexibility was a central theme for how I reviewed this one. Given that we have low minimums and that the contract amount can be updated regularly, I thought that the wiggle room provided by this capacity reservation charge was appropriate. And I also appreciated seeing the back and forth of fully understanding where these costs would go and how, once they're set in the rate, there's really no way for them to flow back to existing customers. And so I appreciated gaining that understanding through the proceeding. And I also just want to recognize that even if there is this sort of like underpayment on the part of the data center that could be harming WPL and shareholders, to Commissioner Nito's point, it's limited by the percentages that are spelled out here. It's limited by the fact that year prior they will have updated their contract amount. And then it's further limited that you can get out of that in the next year's contract amount adjustment. And so it's a very time-limited potential. And I think all of that to say, even if those costs were able to harm existing customers, it'd be for a limited amount. So that's how I first approached it until I understood how it would really work. So for all those reasons, I thought it kind of summed up to being reasonable as a whole, especially when considering the other changes that we made to pull back on some of the flexibility related to contract adjustments. So I'm at Alt 1.
Thank you, and very helpful from both of you. The next item that we have before us is the proposed reactive component charge, whether that is reasonable. The ESA requires Meta to pay a reactive component charge. There were no significant issues identified with this charge. I found it reasonable as is, and I was at Alt 1. Chair Strand?
I was also at Alt 1, and it's about as close as we get to an uncontested item here, so appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you. And Commissioner Hawkins?
Alt 1 as well.
Thank you. All right, and then, let's see here, that brings us to the Act 141 issue. I did share the handout earlier in our discussion, and the handout does contain some of our Act 141 related order conditions and proposals, some of them modified slightly from what was suggested in the record. So I'll just provide some context here. The ESA states that Act 141 charges will be assessed in accordance with Wisconsin statutes, but it does not itself specify a fixed charge level. In response to data requests, the applicant indicated that it currently expects the Act 141 energy efficiency charge to equal approximately 1.2% of the customer's total monthly utility charges. There was discussion about whether or not that customer would be able to apply for a waiver for large energy customer status, and this issue has drawn some specific attention in the record. Citizens Utility Board witness Jeff Adams recommended that the commission require the 1.2% charge to be explicitly applied to the ICR customer's monthly bill in order to ensure that the customer fully bears its proportionate share of statutory energy efficiency program costs, and to prevent those incremental obligations from being shifted to other customers as system load increases. Commission staff has also supported this recommendation and provided some of the order language we have here. This is on my handout really because it gets wordy. And so when we're looking at the handout here, issue or item number 1 on Act 141 is taking the witness Adams, witness Mulliman's order language above in the decision matrix, but modifying it slightly to direct it to the statute and align it to focus on energy's statutory contributions, which is the intent. And that way it can stay aligned if the statute changes. And to our point, if there's a tariff coming from this utility and this contract remains as a legacy contract, for a 10-year plus period, I think aligning it to the statute instead of to some fixed percentage is probably a good idea. Item number 2 is the large energy customer waiver language. This is about the ICR customer as a condition of the ESA agreeing to permanently waive the large energy customer waiver opportunity, and that is the piece that really gets to preventing the cost shift that is at issue here with the Act 141 question. And then item number 3 is from Commissioner Hawkins' suggestion a couple of weeks ago, ensuring that the ESA is modified to reflect the allocation of the focus funding to the various customer classes in light of the fact that we will be having a large energy user customer class under development here, and to prevent some of that shifting as well, something we'd also have to talk about in the quadrennial planning discussion. So those are the 3 items I've set forth here. Chair Strand?
Thank you. I, first of all, appreciate you for writing this out, since like you said, it's wordy and it's important for us to consider. I am very supportive of item 1 and was in the DM, but I think your change obviously makes it even better, and I appreciate you tying it back to the applicable statute and also future-proofing it more or less, given that that statute obviously could change. And then also, like you said, help strengthen these commitments or these expectations in the event, very likely event, that this specific agreement is going to live outside, like you said, kind of a legacy agreement, separate from the new large load tariff that we ordered to be filed in our first decision of today. So I appreciate that. I think those changes are great. I support item 1. I think item 2 is also very necessary and essential because, like you said, that's where the prevention of cost shifting really is locked in. So I support the second provision under your Act 141 language. And then I appreciate you taking that as broad as possible approach and including Commissioner Hawkins' modification under item 3. I think while I said earlier that there are some important differences between the VLC tariff decisions and what we're taking up today, this is one that is very similar, and I think that we want to not only be consistent, but to, again, be broad enough and capture the things that we impose there here, because the issues and the intent regarding 141 contributions is the same. So I support all 3 of those, and again, appreciate the handout and the thoroughness of this modification. Thank you.
Thank you. And Commissioner Hawkins?
Yeah, I'll say the same thing as the chair. I was planning to stumble through this without a handout, and I appreciate you putting one together. And it was going to capture the same items that you have here. So I'm totally comfortable with all 3 of the items contained within your handout and agree that they are necessary to capture the intent of the applicant and the customer that were stated in the record. So that's it.
Thank you.
So we're at alt 3 then?
I believe we are at alt 3.
Okay. Great.
A different order condition.
Yes.
Okay.
More thorough.
Thank you. Okay, is the proposed gross receipts tax reasonable? The Meta is responsible for paying its share of the gross receipts tax, and I was at alt 1. Chair Strand?
Alt 1, thank you.
Thank you.
Same here.
Thank you. And next, we have issue 2I. Is it necessary to add an incremental cost adjustment charge to the rate structure as a condition of approval? As we've been discussing throughout today, and I've previewed, I am at alternative 1 here. I think, and as this discussion with the 3 of us unfolds, we are really taking a pathway of not making modifications to certain bill determinants that impact others and that are kind of interwoven. But because of that, we just need that overall framework and safety net to be able to assess in rate cases what the actual costs to serve the customer are and what the actual revenues are, and to make adjustments as necessary so that other customers are not paying. And to me, this provided us with a clear option to do that. I think there was some discussion in the record, of course, that this may or may not be necessary. We could alternatively describe that we retain jurisdiction and just take it at that really high level, and that that's fine too, but I think that is a little bit more general and a little bit more vague than this suggested mechanism, which I think is transparent. I think it's clear to Meta, to Alliant, to intervening parties and staff what the intent is and what the process is. So I really appreciated this one. I would approve this. And the only thing I would add here is that if we do approve this, we have to take into consideration some process, which would be that in the ESA, I think it should refer to an incremental cost adjustment tariff sheet or rate sheet, similar to the rider discussion we've had previously. And then the applicant shall add an incremental cost adjustment sheet to its tariff, particularly, again, if we are not updating this agreement with the passage of a future tariff, having that sheet and that placeholder process-wise in the tariff, I think could be important. Chair Strand?
Thank you. First, I want to thank the intervener witness who proposed this and put this on the table, and especially because of the caveat presented about if the commission is confident that the existing terms make it clear. As I alluded to earlier, I do not think that the record provides that clarity, and therefore I think that this is an incredibly important provision to add. And I am very relieved that you are in that same position. So this definitely helps us maintain not only oversight going forward, but also the ability to adjust based on what we're learning. So I'm strongly supportive of alternative one here. And I also think your slight modification to include ensuring that the tariff rate sheet is kind of lives in the correct location, an appropriate location, given what we think is going to occur with this decision and this agreement. That makes a ton of sense to me as well. So I support all of that. And I maybe Commissioner Hawkins is going to ask this, but I believe that with that slight modification, that would put us maybe at alternative 3 or at a modified alternative 1. Okay.
I think
It
modified
probably
one.
doesn't matter, but yeah, modified 1. Okay,
Yeah.
great. Thank you.
And Commissioner Hawkins?
Yeah, I was at a modified one. I think it is appropriate to create the rider-style tariff to go along with the adjustment to the ESA as Commissioner Nieto laid out. That was something I dug into on the mechanics of how you actually implement this type of adjustment charge. So I just want to add, I think that, we've talked about the risks and the unknowns out in the future, and this may never need to be used, but we're going to talk about a lot of really good transparency and reporting requirements and all of that, and to make those at all meaningful, we need to have something like this be part of the overall package. Otherwise, it's just a lot of hand-waving, and then we have to go through some big, robust, unknown process to actually protect consumers. So in order to make sure that existing customers are not the default insurance policy for all of these unknowns that we have, I think we just need to have this on the books today and use our transparency and reporting requirements however they play out, but just making sure we're actually able to use them if we should need to. So for all those reasons, I was at the modified one.
Thank you. Thank you so much for saying that. I think as I grappled with that exact mechanism question throughout, and I think to drive that point home, it's what good is the reporting and the transparency that we're going to require if we can't do anything with it? So thank you both.
Thank you, and well said to you both as well. All right, so we are all at the modified Alt 1.
Just a quick clarification, speaking of modified Alt 1s. Commissioner Hawkins, on 2E, it sounded like you were joining the other two on the condition regarding following through, the applicant following through on commitments. Just wanted.
Yes.
Great. Thanks.
Thank you. Good clarification. All right, so we are on the question of curtailment. are the proposed provisions on the ICR customers' curtailment obligations reasonable? I was at Alt 1 here. I would approve those. And noted, I appreciated the discussion about the customer having the opportunity to register as a load modifying resource. But overall, I found these provisions reasonable. Chair Strand?
Thank you. I also found these provisions reasonable and was at alternative 1. I appreciated that this curtailment obligation was included in the contract. I thought that it represented a thoughtful way to incent the customer to respond to specified curtailments. And probably most importantly, I think there's decent teeth here. There are penalties outlined if they don't curtail when they're supposed to. And again, I think having that specifically delineated here helps. It helps us and it helps kind of define the relationship. So for those reasons, Alt 1. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm at alternative 1 here as well, approving the provisions as outlined. I agree there is some good protections there. One thing I just wanted to flag that I'm uncertain of and was not really fully discussed in the record or debated is the statute on market-based rates says that the rates result in compensation for voluntary interruptions. This rate does not do that. The applicant said that they've voluntarily chosen 0. And so I don't see those two things as in alignment. I do recognize that we have not held existing market-based rates to that standard. It hasn't really been our past practice. But I do think we might be at odds with sort of the intent of this particular prong of this particular statute. So that said, I do think that the applicant can become an LMR, which is what I believe the statute may be requiring. We have not been enforcing that component of the statutory provision, but I just wanted to flag that I grappled with that for far too long and ultimately came to the same place as my colleagues here.
Thank you. Thanks for pointing that out. It feels like years ago now, but I don't think it was. But I remember grappling with that quite a bit and wondering if it met the basic statutory requirements by being at 0. But I ultimately came to the same spot as well.
Yes.
Yes. Okay, issue 4 is termination charges, and I will flag that it was, after this issue, I had envisioned us maybe being at a good cutoff point in terms of the issue topics to take a break. So I'll check in with you both. On the termination charges, the agreement includes a termination charge structure designed to address early exit risk during the contract term. If Meta terminates service prior to the completion of the 5th year of the agreement, the customer would be responsible for a termination charge equal to all remaining monthly charges associated with the minimum demand level of service. And then after the 5th year, those termination obligations would start to step down, but the customer would still be required to pay a portion of the remaining minimum demand charges upon early termination. In all cases, the structure attempts to ensure the customer remains responsible for at least a portion of the minimum demand commitment embedded in the agreement, and the design reflects an effort to protect the utility and its existing customers from the financial consequences of early contract termination after system investments have been made in reliance on the expected load. I will say here, in light of some of our discussion about there are some unknown cost elements in the future, and a need to ensure that we are providing sufficient safeguards to prevent risks to existing customers and cost shifting. Under this issue, I was at alternative 3, requiring the termination charge to last for the remaining months of the ESA term. And I was not necessarily comfortable with needing it to be or 36 months, whichever is greater, which would make the term extend out longer than what we approve here today. But I do think that there is a term and an agreement being entered into here, and that term is I don't think it's a lot to ask for the large customer to stick to the term they're agreeing to, and if leaving to pay for some of those, to pay for those charges associated with the remaining months. So I'm at alt 3. Chair Strand?
Thank you. I was also at all three. I think just in general, these early termination charges and kind of mitigating the risks of that are super important. I did not love the whole, before 5 years, you're on the hook, but then between 5 and 7, it's not the same level of commitment of what the customer would have to do. And then after that, I just didn't think that it aligned very well to what we would want, regardless of whatever we decide to do on the term length. I really thought that and I agree with what you said about all two. I think alt 3 was by far the cleanest and the least risky. And I really think it helps shore up an important component of this agreement in terms of termination charges. So strongly support alt 3 here. Thank you.
Great, thank you. And Commissioner Hawkins?
Thanks. I was at alt 1 on this one. I'm open to alt 3. I was a little concerned that the talk of the modifications to the termination charges seemed to also modify what the minimum demand charges were. And the applicant put forth something that wasn't just a straight line stepping down of what those charges are in the years beyond year 5. It becomes a combination of the highest monthly demand and transmission charge, and then the amount of time. And so I do think it's still a very sizable deterrent. And there was confusion on the part of CUB as to like what the actual termination charge was in these out years, and that they'd kind of admitted as much, but never really fully made it clear as to why they wanted to modify in light of that confusion. And so I guess I just want to clarify in your alt 3 here and the remaining months of the ESA term, in years 5 and beyond, are we adopting the charge structure that changes in year 5 to be what the applicant proposed?
Thank you for pointing out some of the nuances here. My intent would be to get away from that structure, similar to what Chair Strand was saying, find a way to eliminate that gap so that there's not year 5, year 6 kind of benefit to, I won't say benefit, but
Less
yes, fewer
costs, less
costs on the, yep.
Less, yeah.
Or fewer years.
Yep. Incentivized to terminate early.
Yes. So throughout the duration of the contract, have the obligations persist through the duration of the contract, essentially.
Understand that desire, but the minimum demands times the minimum demand charge is less than what the applicant proposed. And so I just want to understand, because I think that's what the first 5 years is the minimum demand levels times the demand charge through the life of the 10-year window. But at year 5, it switches to something different, which is the demand and the transmission costs together multiplied. And so I do like avoiding that weird incentive to drop out in certain years that I think is problematic, and I agree that your alternative does address that. But I would just want to be clear-eyed if we're also overall reducing the financial penalty while doing that. And I don't think that's the intent, but I am not clear on whether or not we are achieving that or not.
So I don't think that's any of our intent. Like you said, I think you're on the right track with that, and there is some confusion on that point in the record and some nuance here. My intent would be to have the termination charge make other customers whole for everything that is owing at the time, and then have that kind of steady through each year obligation or requirement. But I think this might be a perfect segue into that break that we've been discussing, coming at this time anyways. And for those of us who wish to verify, we could have an opportunity to do so. So I'm going to put that out there for my colleagues to see if you'd be interested in taking that.
I'm fine with taking the break now to include, is that what you're saying? Yeah.
Yep.
To include further, just maybe consideration and discussion among staff regarding intent versus how it would work in actuality. And then when we reconvene, hopefully reaching a decision on this item and then continuing to move forward the DM.
Exactly.
Yep.
And then circle back to that term length at the very end and.
Yeah.
Okay.
That sounds good to me. Thank you.
Okay. And is there an amount of time?
Half an hour? Is that, if people think that would be sufficient?
I think so.
Great, thank you.
30
We're going
minutes?
to stand informal for approximately 30 minutes for a break, and then we'll come back when we're ready. Thank you. Okay, we are back from our break. We left off on issue 4. I will turn it over to Commissioner Nieto again since she's leading our discussion. We'll just note that issue 4 does have some interplay with issue 1, which we also haven't decided yet. So just wanted to make that note. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Strand. All right, so on issue 4, we're discussing the reasonable level of termination charges. We had some discussion before the break. Looking back specifically at the termination charge language provided as original in the ESA, I would be still at the alternative 3, which would be removing the term type information provided in that ESA provision and inserting it with, and replacing it with the remaining months in the ESA term. So that would be section 5.2 termination charges. There's some confidential redacted information in there. I would essentially insert the remaining term of this agreement in terms of the timing aspect, but I wouldn't change anything but the timing aspect. So the underlying charges and mechanism and dollar amounts would remain the same, just changing for how long those stay in play, so you don't have that 5-year, 6-year thing we talked about. And then what that would do too is it would remove in the 5th and 6th year having shorter termination charges that end sooner than the agreement does. And then in years 9 and 10, it would remove that overhang essentially of making the termination charges go into years 11 and 12. But I don't believe it would change the underlying verbiage if we all agree that it would be pegged to the section 5.2 termination charges language, as opposed to, I think we had discussed prior to the break, Commissioner Hawkins, some references and other spots in the record being made more broadly to demand charges and needing to clarify that. So that was a good clarification. So that's coming back from the break, what I would do with that, and interested to hear what you would all do as well. Chair Strand?
Thank you. I will defer to Commissioner Hawkins first, just because he did raise some concerns regarding some of the alternatives. So I just want to make sure that you have an opportunity to weigh in on what Commissioner Nieto is proposing, and then we can just go from there.
Thank you. Yeah, I appreciate what Commissioner Nieto said as the interpretation of what Alt 3 is. And so if that is what the interpretation is, that it's the as proposed termination charges, I'm still a little concerned on this Alt saying as the minimum, like it's trying to spell out what the calculation is in this alternative, which I think leads to some of the confusion. So I would like modify Alt 3 to just say it's the as proposed termination charges with the modification to the timeline that you suggested in that section. I'm good with that. I did think that, excuse me, the potential for the charge in those final years to go, it doesn't technically go beyond, it's just how you calculate it based on time, to be a meaningful termination charge up until the bitter end. I thought that was a feature and not a bug, and so I my preference is still Alt 1. I do think to clean up this weirdness of how it changes throughout the different points in time, I can support the Alt 3 that's modified, but yeah, so I'll leave it there. I'm still have a preference for Alt 1, but I understand and appreciate the clarity on what Alt 3 is actually speaking to.
Do you feel that with the minor modification that you mentioned, that it meets all of our intents to close the gap, but then also like further takes care of some, like that other related concern that you had about that reference and the calculation?
Yes, I reviewed it in the break, and as long as we're sticking to those, the intent of the original calculation of those charge in the out years, I'm good with that, which it sounded like from Commissioner Nieto's description.
Do you want Commissioner Hawkins to restate his minor modification, just so we kind of understand what,
Well, I think it was hers, I was just reiterating hers.
you said something about as proposed, like in terms of, because you changed, you slightly modified the language of the alternative. She clarified what the
Yeah.
alternative's intent was.
Yeah.
You slightly modified the language of the alternative.
Right.
So I want to
I
make
see
sure
what
that
you're
we're on
saying.
the same page of
Yeah.
what that minor modification would look like.
Okay, yeah. Well, I'd be interested
Yeah.
to hear from Commissioner Nieto if her interpretation of as the minimum demand charges multiplied by some duration is reflective of the as proposed termination charges calculation.
Yeah, so I think if we're looking at alternative 3, I think it's a good clarification, like you said, to use that language as proposed and then multiplied by the remaining months, because it's that as proposed methodology
Yeah.
was kind of what I was getting to with the intent.
Yes.
So that's I think those are the right words for it.
Okay.
And then I think when we're talking about comparing alts 1, 2, and 3 all together in terms of what we do, what are the features? Commissioner Hawkins, I understand that you're saying alt 1, it has the as proposed, so the methodology is fine, but you found it to be, you found that methodology language to be good, and then the aspect of that you did not like was the 5 and 6 year.
Yeah, and just that this was subject to negotiations that we weren't a part of, and we're modifying all sorts of other things, and I don't claim to understand what the give or take was of those different factors, so I saw the weirdness of the different time length, but I didn't want to just like jump in and correct it necessarily, because I did see it as still a good deterrent. So this modification, L3, does do that and makes it cleaner. And that's why I still had a preference for Alt 1. That said, it's a strange structure, but that's sort of where I'm at with this one.
Okay, that helps. And I think the part about the strange structure that just gave me some pause was the areas of the record where folks pointed out, and I think to your point of a strange structure, just an incentive perhaps to terminate during those earlier years and versus the longer years. So I think because of that, and I agree with your points about kind of tinkering with something that maybe we don't have full visibility into, which to all of our points has been the challenge with this. I think I would prefer the Alt 3, but with your as proposed modified Alt 3. And Chair Strand, I don't know what you think about all this.
I'm very comfortable with that. I think we just need to make sure that we are clearly restating what that language in total or in whole would be, including Commissioner Hawkins' modification, including your clarification. Yes, I'm supportive of Alt 3 with those modifications, so to the extent that we need to clarify based on what you said about 5.2, but for sure with Commissioner Hawkins' language about the as proposed, to help just make it clear of what we're all agreeing to.
Great.
So the minor modification of alternative 3 to read, whoever wants to say it can say it, otherwise I can try.
Well, I think at its most succinct, it would be approve the termination charge as proposed.
Yep.
Modify, I don't know, I guess, I don't want to do this math in the alternative, so requiring the applicant to modify the ESA to alter the duration to the remaining contract term or something like that, I think. The go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
The termination charges as proposed for the duration of the contract. And just like leave it at that. It's the termination charges as proposed for the duration of the contract. And
Can we call that a modified Alt
Oh,
I mean, you'd have to either add to alt one to get to where we want to go, or you'd have to shorten alt three to add the as proposed, or you'd have to add as proposed alt three and then make sure that the rest of alt three works with the as proposed. So like it's 6 1/2 dozen, or it's an alt four, frankly.
Sounds good. Can someone just read the language in whole that we're all
I don't think
agreeing
we
to?
have it yet. We have
Okay,
the,
got it.
we have the as proposed. I think we should let Commissioner Nieto take a stab at it, especially in light of the clarification that she provided to us at the beginning of this renewed discussion.
I think this should be sufficient to be captured in the minutes and for order language, and I think we've done a lot of good discussion on our intent here to maybe just say, again, approve the termination charges as proposed by the applicant, replacing the term with the remaining term of the agreement. It's changed. Does that,
We can work with that.
yeah, I think that,
Yeah. You all agree? Yes, as long as we
that?
all agree.
Yeah.
yeah, because that's the term that's specified in the termination charges, and so we're replacing that with, instead of the confidential number that's defined there
And the math that you don't want to do.
in the math that we don't want to spell here, with just the remaining duration. Yep.
all right, are we set?
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks to you both. Okay. Issue 5 is credit support provisions, and 5A is what is an appropriate guarantee amount. I will say for these next couple of issues on credit support that prudent, strong credit support is sensible and certainly should not be overlooked when it comes to very large customers. This is the lens I'm using, and I know we've used previously when looking at these types of items. So this particular agreement provides the following credit support framework at a very high level. Number one, the customer, who is Degas LLC, if they were to, say, default on payments to the utility, Alliant would call on the guarantor, who is Meta, to meet its obligations up to a guarantee amount that we set here. And then 3, in general, if Meta doesn't maintain its creditworthiness as defined by the agreement, it would need to take some steps, which would include posting collateral. So right now, we're talking about the guarantee amount, and there was some discussion on that in the record. I do think that the guarantee amount needs to be set at the amount owing. I don't think that there should be a gap there, but there are some, again, there are some complexities because the matching it to the termination charges, there is a certain period of time in which the setting it to the termination charges would set it lower than the guarantee amount, and there are certain periods of time where setting it to the termination charges would set it higher than the proposed guarantee amount. So similar to some similar complexities to the last issue that we were discussing. I think we need a full and robust amount here to not leave any customers on the hook for these amounts. Because of that and because of the way we just discussed the termination provisions and modified those, I would be comfortable being at alternative 2, which is what would be owed under the proposed termination provisions. Chair Strand?
Thank you. I was also at alternative two. I think that because that modification makes the amounts equal, it's probably the better option, to your point. And I don't want, if there's under collection, we don't want problems for the applicant. We don't want not participating customers to be harmed, to your point. So I would prefer that we set that amount equal to what would otherwise be owed under the contract termination provision. So all two. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And Commissioner Hawkins?
Yeah, in theory, I mean, I could be comfortable with that. Again, the calculation for the termination charges in the out years is an unknown number that fluctuates. And so we want the guarantee to also fluctuate with that. Is that what we're saying here? It was sort of provided as a set schedule, and I understand how it could be, depending on the timing, higher or lower. I was fine with them being close, but not exactly the same, which is what was proposed in Alt 1. Again, that just reflects what my position was on the prior issue going into that. So I haven't really thought about the guarantee being a floating number that is unknown, and if that's appropriate or not. And so if you both are comfortable with that, and it's a thing that changes based on the demand and transmission charges that the customer experiences, I guess that wouldn't really fluctuate all that much, just because you can calculate what those are. So thinking through it in real time, yeah, I'm getting comfortable with two, but I just wanted to put that out there as something to just see if either of you had reactions to that.
Yep, I think it's a good point, and the reason I was comfortable with it was because many of these amounts that we're discussing are confidential, as we've all pointed out many times, and kind of embedded into this agreement. So there's already this complexity and kind of lack of transparency in terms of accessing those amounts and having a fixed guarantee schedule. I believe that's part of that actual schedule is also part of the confidential information here. I don't know what, like you said, what changing that, pegging it to the termination charge does in terms of like lack of clarity. I just don't know if there's a huge difference in that regard.
And I go to what the applicant said in response to this, was that it was commercially unreasonable. And so I don't know from a business finance perspective what this unknown guarantee amount means to an entity like Meta. And so it's, instead of having something that's known and they can calculate the likelihood and what that number is, we now have a question mark and the number can float around within a range. But I think that's what the applicant was getting at by saying, and that's reflected here in the DM, I think it was the Ashenfelter rebuttal, that is commercially unreasonable. And so because they were close, I decided not to push into the commercially unreasonable land, not knowing and not being business savvy enough to understand what that actually entails. So that's where I was.
In a non-transparent situation, what's unreasonable? So I would, again, I understand what you're saying, that you came to it that way, and I shared similar concerns, but came to it in that what was reasonable to me would be that it's as close to the amount owed as possible and not the same, if that makes sense. But again, I think the overarching point here is further demonstrating the issues that this lack of transparency and this confidentiality and this mechanism has overly complicated the decision-making process, the record, et cetera. And it's just hard for us to work through these things because of those. So I think if nothing else, it demonstrates the need for all the things we've been clamoring for in terms of transparency and visibility. So.
Yeah, I think that would help these discussions. I took the commercially unreasonable reaction to be tied to this being a more stringent option, just in terms of actual amounts than perhaps the guarantee option. And I think to your point, I don't know that there's evidence that those options are significantly different. I was overall still comfortable with Alt 2 if both of my colleagues would be, but again, circling back to you both to see your ultimate positions here. Chair Strand?
I'm still very comfortable with Alt 2.
Alt
Thank
2.
you.
And I
Commissioner
am
Hawkins?
getting comfortable with all two, and so.
Warming up?
Yeah,
Okay.
I'll join you both there.
Okay, thank you. All right, so 5B, is it necessary to specify that Meta shall serve as guarantor for the guarantee as a condition of approval? I would just note here that CUB also raised a couple of concerns regarding these provisions, and part of it was that they initially did not clearly and explicitly identify the guarantor entity responsible for providing the required financial assurance. To address this ambiguity, the suggestion here is that we require Meta specifically to serve as the guarantor for the credit support obligations. Under this recommendation, the guarantee could not be satisfied by a different parent company or affiliated entity of Degas LLC, but instead would be required to come directly from Meta itself. And part of this discussion arose, in initial discovery requests, Meta was not identified. I will say, I think this is just important clarification to clarify that it's Meta. I think that just there are folks, not in specifically only in this case, but across the country, who are concerned about developers and subsidiary relationships when it comes to credit support and safeguards for customers. So I think this is just a common sense clarification of what's already been stated. Chair Strand?
Thank you. I can join you there. I think, to your point, I mean, as you all are well aware, I prefer, where appropriate and applicable, to be clear and specify or call things out by name when we know that those things are occurring. We also know that, as we've all been discussing, whether it's subsidiaries or pseudonyms or spinoffs that we're not aware of, or, a developer that then is like taken over by a different developer. There is a lot of uncertainty and just lack of transparency, opacity into a lot of these things. So if there is a situation where we can specifically specify who the actual guarantor is, we might as well do it. I don't see the harm in it. So that's why I'm very comfortable with Alt 1. Thank you.
Thank you. And Commissioner Hawkins?
Yeah, and I'm at Alt 1 for the same reason. We saw a lot of confusion throughout the proceeding as who exactly the parent entity was. And so while it's clear now, we should just write that down. And I'm good with that at Alt 1.
Thank you. All right, and in 5C, this is about requiring collateral as a backing to the guarantee. And there are some differing alternatives and development of this discussion in the record. Ultimately, what this agreement says is that if Meta is not creditworthy, then collateral needs to be provided. And creditworthiness is defined in the agreement and it's specified. And there's some discussion here of what that level of creditworthiness should be. And I'm speaking slowly, trying to avoid confidential information here. And this evolved out of an initial discussion saying there should just be collateral no matter what. And then the discussion evolved to, okay, now that we know that it's Meta, and this is a company that has strong credit ratings, we just need to know that if the creditworthiness falls, that there will be the appropriate backstop. The agreement does discuss that, but what I would do here is just modify the specific credit ratings to the same level we discussed 2 weeks ago, which is in line with what other states have had as well. So we have a couple of options here. We could set it at Meta's current rating and have that collateral provided if Meta's credit rating slips, or we could set it consistently to the levels that we had discussed a couple of weeks ago, which were provided in this record as well, and those were the A- and A3 that we had discussed, and those would be essentially just inserted right into this ESA. So I would do one of those, the current Meta's current rating or the A-, A3 that we established. Chair Strand?
Thank you. I am comfortable with setting it to the current Meta credit rating of those options. Initially, I was at Alt2, but I think I appreciate the discussion, and I would be comfortable setting it at the current Meta rating.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
And Commissioner Hawkins?
I was at Alt 2 to not require, and I think I'm comfortable with the credit rating we just approved a couple weeks ago. I don't think this is really super necessary. This is a one-off contract, and we're not designing a threshold for a tariff where this would be open to unknowns. While there were unknowns, there are now knowns in this case. And so, you know, defining a lower threshold like we had for the VLC tariff, I don't think it gets us the same kind of protections of what we were doing when we were approving a tariff. This is, you know, a very different scenario. So that's why I was comfortable with Alt 2 to begin with. If we do have this collateral requirement once a certain credit rating is realized, which would be the A- or A3, I believe, whatever was specified. I have it in here somewhere. In anticipation of this conversation, there it is. Yeah, there's a lot going on financially already, and so I think it's a good backstop, but I just wanted to point that out, that just how different this scenario is with one well-known character this affects versus an open-ended protection for a variety of potential entities. So I think you were at Alt 3, is that right?
Alt 3, take other action? Yes. So I was at Alt 3, and I was open to, so the Meta current credit rating is the AA- or the AA3 versus what we set forth 2 weeks ago, which is a little bit lower than Meta's rating. We did the lower threshold of A- and A3.
Yeah.
So I was open to either one of those.
So just to clarify then, in one of those scenarios, the customer, the data center customer would have to procure this right away,
So
the collateral.
in either of those scenarios, what would happen would be Degas LLC, if it's unable to pay its monthly bills, Alliant would call upon Meta to pay what's owed. And Meta would pay that amount up to the amount we established in the guarantee.
Yep.
And if, for some reason during these years in this process, Meta's credit rating decreases from what it is right now, either from its current level right now or from that lower level we've been talking about from 2 weeks ago, whichever one of those we pick, if it slips past option A or option B, depending,
Slips past, okay.
or slips below.
Below.
Then in those scenarios, Meta would be required to produce actual collateral. So we just have to define what the threshold is that for the slippage, which would be current credit rating, don't go below that or don't go below 2 weeks ago level that we had discussed.
Okay.
If it helps, I will further complicate things and say that I'm fine with being at Alt 2, which was my original position, but I'm just throwing it out there.
Yeah, and for what it's worth, I was supporting the lower threshold because I don't think it's completely necessary in this case. So I'm fine with alt 2 as well. And maybe I'll just stop right there, I guess.
And Chair Strand, are you at alt 2 or are you going to be at alt 3?
I think we have the strongest justification for all 2 in the record in terms of versus the 2 options that are being offered in all 3. I'm not saying it's unreasonable, but I think if we're, in my opinion, I would prefer to tie my decision to this to the most compelling information in the record, and to me, I think all 2 does that, but there's value in the discussion that's being had right now.
And for me, I agree. I think the record, there was the discussion of, I think Hub put forth that they don't oppose the absence of collateral if we have Meta being the parental guarantee. That's right here. And so they recognize that that level of parental guarantee is itself very significant protection. And so, and then there wasn't a lot of discussion of the creditworthiness and all that sort of stuff like we had with the tariff discussion, because anybody could be coming to apply for that. So that's why I was at alt 2, is there was this recognition that, okay, we're going to lock in and confirm it is Meta. We know who they are. And yeah, and so I went with, although they did then go on to say strength may falter, and that's what collateral will be helpful for, but we recognize that it's a pretty hefty parental guarantee already.
So I don't disagree with what either of you are saying. I think there was a lot more build up in the record before getting to that point of Meta being recognized, and so therefore we have more just information and substance in the record on the previous alternatives, and not as many as we're talking about, like these credit ratings. To me and to my mind, part of that was because of the late introduction of who Meta was and the late opportunity for folks to develop their alternatives here. And then the other piece that's causing me pause is just setting a lower threshold for one particular entity kind of based on that development, and having like a lower threshold of protection in terms of creditworthiness than we've established previously and than other states have established, even though it has kind of that guarantee by Meta up front. That's the part where it's just giving me still a little bit of pause. So I understand. I think if you 2 are at alt 2, I understand the reasons why. I would probably stick with my alt 3 on this one, if that's where you 2 are going.
Yeah, I'm fine sticking there with alt 2.
Alt 2.
I think I am too. And I do think there is good discussion being had about the interplay between some of the other decisions we've made on credit metrics up until, in the sub-issues up until this point, that hopefully help with what we're saying about collateral. I mean, if we get to a point where Meta is no longer creditworthy, like, I think this data center agreement is going to be the least of the world's problems, frankly. But I'm not trying to be flip. I'm just saying, like, it's important to consider, but I think there's going to be a lot of other very serious ramifications that will have to be dealt with before obtaining collateral. So. Just for my opinion. High level perspective.
Okay, so and thank you. Thanks to you both. So that was on 5C. And then 5D was exercising the rights. On this one, I was at alt 2, I think the applicant has indicated it has every intention of exercising its rights, and that's part of its prudent utility operations to collect costs owing properly. So alt 2 here. Chair Strand?
Definitely alt 2, thank you.
Thank you. And Commissioner Hawkins?
I was at alt 2 as well.
Thank you. And then 5E was a financial ring fence proposed by WIG. So this is a financial ring fence proposal to separate the risks associated with the ICR customer from the rate-making treatment applicable to existing customers, non-ICR customers. Under this proposal, the commission would not consider financial pressures or adverse outcomes related to the performance of the ICR customer when establishing alliance return on equity or equity ratio in future proceedings that deal with the broad customer base. I appreciate WIG's suggestion here, as I did in the WEPCO case, and I will say the Wisconsin PSC has significant experience with ring fencing and upholding all of those requirements that we do related to affiliated interests. And I can see the parallels that WIG is drawing between these types of transactions and affiliated interests. You have two entities entering into a transaction together, and one of them is large enough to impact the other's financial statements, and so having that degree of separation. I also think, though, on the other hand, we have sufficient tools in all of the reporting recommendations and cost of service recommendations that are coming in the DM, and we have significant experience with audit and with looking at this type of financial information in the first place. I just don't know that this is additionally necessary. So here I was at alt 2. Chair Strand?
Thank you for discussing your position and also discussing the various similar or related kind of tools or protections that the commission has that helps get us to a very similar outcome as the potential financial ring fence, as well as the fact that not only have we done some things so far today, but we have some other discussions and decisions coming that will further strengthen, hopefully, those protections. I think that your analysis of this is spot on. I think I appreciate the creativity. I know that we had a discussion again about that in our VLC chair for a couple weeks ago. And I think, again, anytime that our interveners are coming to these dockets with solutions and creative solutions that are within our purview, those are good things for us to consider, and I'm glad that they're here and that they've been fleshed out. But at the end of the day, I am also at alt 2. I don't want us to hamstring, ourselves or future commissions without kind of having that better, full, clear picture, which we just don't have today. And again, I think that we have some things that we're going to do or have done or can do that will help us reach a similar outcome without actually having to implement this specific fence. So for those reasons, I'm at alt 2, but thank you.
Thank you. And Commissioner Hawkins?
I was also at alt 2. I did not support this, appreciated it being brought forward, especially because we don't really have the same types of protections in this agreement like we do in the VLC, where there was very separate costs and those things were clearly far apart. This is more blended with existing customers, so I understand why the allure here is different. We also have to recognize that we will have the information, like you were both saying, to review, and we don't need to specify or restrict that here at this point in time. So I also want to acknowledge that the incremental cost adjustment charge that we approved in 2I is something that could be useful here if things get completely out of whack and there is a big impact from this customer, which I mean, proportionally, we're in a different situation, given the 8 to 12% number you referenced earlier, you know, this isn't quite as significant on a, you know, percentage of utility basis. So I think we will have that protection, and so for all those reasons, I don't want to support this, so I'm at Alt2.
Thank you. All right, and then issue 6 is accounting treatment, and 6A is the proposed accounting treatment for energy charge revenue. We talked about this a little bit earlier, that the ESA establishes market-based pricing for energy consumed by Meta. Under this approach, the customer would not be subject to traditional monitored fuel charges under PSC 116. And instead, all energy costs would be recovered as a direct pass-through of MISO market charges and credits associated with a designated commercial pricing node specific to the customer's load. So the applicant had proposed to treat this as an opportunity sale for resale under the fuel rules. And this treatment, to me, was fairly straightforward, not too contentious, and I would be at Alt1 here. Chair Strand?
I'm at Alt1 as well on this for the reasons that you stated. Thank you.
Thank you. And Commissioner Hawkins?
I was at Alt1 as well.
Thank you. All right, 6B is appropriate accounting treatment, this time for the demand charge revenue to be collected from the ICR customer. Here there was a little bit more discussion about what would happen as this revenue is collected prior to the next rate case. And so there are some proposals, there were some proposals by staff to address the concept that the applicant would technically be collecting demand charges from the ICR customer that would be recorded as retail sales revenue, and if we don't either defer those or have the applicant account for them as opportunity sales of capacity until the applicant's next rate proceeding, then those revenues wouldn't be applied to the broader customer base. So with this one, I was open to either alternative 2 or 3 and hoping to hear what you both had to say. Chair Strand?
Thank you. I'm also interested to hear where Commissioner Hawkins' position and, you know, if there's any ensuing discussion. But I was also open but most comfortable at alternative 3. I thought that that provided a middle ground approach. Of all the alternatives presented, was probably the most equitable path for like deferring the revenues as suggested by our staff so that they can be considered by us in a future rate case. It just felt like this was preserving some of those oversights and adjustment options that I think we've all been seeking. So for those reasons, that's my position for now. Thank you.
Thank you. And Commissioner Hawkins?
Thanks. It sounds like we're all in a very similar place, but I did come to maybe a hybrid of 2 and 3 that I'll throw out there. So additional revenue from, you know, new electric customers between rate cases is typically not deferred, as the applicant is arguing. And we all know that this is a very unique situation with magnitude that we don't typically see. And so that's why it's very important that we authorize this appropriately so that those revenues can flow to the appropriate place. And I think that the applicant's approach of leaving revenues to flow back to existing customers through the earnings sharing mechanism is entirely inappropriate. There's a lot of revenues that don't flow back to existing customers through that approach. And so in looking at 2 and 3 here, 3 is the deferral, which is great because you get the full amount. The downside is that some of those amounts won't be returned to customers until 2030. And so there will be, most of it would happen in the next rate case and return to customers in the 2028 timeframe, but there will be the end of 2027 where the 2028 rate case is ongoing, where we don't yet know what those revenues are. And so there'll be a deferral that is kicked rather far down the road. So the upside is you don't lose out on any of that revenue in the 2% fuel adjustment band. The downside is customers might not see that until 2030. And so 2 is the opportunity sale approach, which every fuel case has the opportunity to return that to customers through the reconciliation process, which would mean it happens sooner, which I think I prefer. It's just that some of that revenue would potentially get eaten up by the 2% fuel adjustment band. And so I do think that timeliness is probably where I prefer the opportunity sale approach. I did not like the alternative 2 mechanism as spelled out because it reconsiders the accounting treatment as part of the next rate proceeding. I think the requirement to treat it as retail sales revenue is appropriate as spelled out in alternative 3, because that's the cleanest way for it to go. But for the time before we can treat it as a retail sales revenue, I think it should be treated as a opportunity sale, which is spoken to in alternative 2, but then alternative 2 leaves open the treatment to be defined in the next rate case, which I don't think we need to do, because in alternative 3, we don't do that. In alternative 3, we specify it's going to be a retail sale, and we'll defer until then. So that's why I created this Frankenstein of these two.
So just to make sure that I'm following, and it's okay if you say no. So am I hearing that you like the pace of alternative 2, but you like the way that the actual, what's the term I'm looking for here? You like the kind of the universe and how it's explained and how things are characterized from alternative 3?
Right, it defines the accounting treatment that will be the long-term permanent accounting treatment, and I like that, and I think that was well supported. And I think it's where we all are for the long-term, but just sort of specifying that now and then dealing with this interim period as the opportunity sale.
Do you want to go first? Oh, yep, I think I like the hybrid. I had a similar issue with the reconsider phrase. I think long-term, we're all fine with what's being proposed here. It's just the interim that we're trying to deal with. So I can be comfortable with that. Thank you for the good breakdown of the pros and cons of each option. They do each have their pros and cons, and I think timeliness is an important consideration, so I can join on that hybrid.
Yep, I'm comfortable with that too, and I appreciate the finding kind of the best of both worlds between those. I mean, I think this is, again, another one of those where it's like 2, 3, 4, what
Yeah.
do we want to do? But I think that hybrid approach really gets to what we like about 2 and what we like about 3.
And I do have that language if legal would like it.
Yes, please.
Okay.
Thank you. Look at what you did, such a good job describing it.
I know,
We weren't even like, hold on, say what you want to do before we weigh in.
I didn't even remember writing this, and it must have been done this morning. Require the applicant to account for ICR customer demand charge revenue as retail sales revenue, which is, I believe, the very first half of all 3 verbatim. And then it's comma, and treat revenue received prior to implementation of new rates as an opportunity sale of capacity.
I think that sounds great.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you for that.
Thank you to staff for explaining to me how these things all work.
And issue 7 is, are the proposed renewable energy procurement provisions reasonable? By way of background, the renewable energy procurement or REP framework for Meta has to do with, number 1, Meta has publicly stated corporate renewable energy goals. To help facilitate Meta reaching its goals, WPL and Meta are agreeing to negotiate to enter into 1 or more renewable energy procurement or REP agreements to assist Meta in procuring renewable power sufficient to produce environmental attributes proportionate to the customer's annual load, while allowing for the time mismatch between the customer's load ramp period and renewable energy facility development timelines. So the intent of this renewable energy procurement is to give Meta an option or an opportunity to essentially backfill its energy requirements with renewable energy. And this renewable power will come either from a renewable energy facility PPA for the bundled metered output and environmental attributes, or the bundled metered outputs and environmental attributes of an Alliant-owned facility. Again, the REP agreements are 15 years long. They create a capacity credit against Meta's monthly bills. And in no event shall the difference between the monthly billing demand of the ICR and the REP capacity credit be less than the monthly less than the monthly minimum demand. So with this one, I appreciated this proposal, and I was at Alt 1 to approve the provisions as proposed. Chair Strand?
I was at alternative 1 as well, and I appreciate the discussion. And I know Commissioner Hawkins has also kind of teed up a little bit about some of the things that he likes about this, so I will not steal any of that thunder, but Alt 1, thank you.
Yeah, I was at alternative 1 as well. I really liked many of the key components of this proposal and thought they were creative and innovative and all the good things. Again, what I said in my opening remarks is that the 50% utility ownership requirement I thought was very reasonable and overall beneficial to other customers as well. We'll have, the benefit of seeing what Meta goes out and finds for that they're interested in, and those data points, when we see renewable energy procurement agreements, will be useful bits of information that can benefit other customers. It also gives the data center customer clear direction to identify and drive resource procurement, which is great. From just a competitive pressure standpoint, I think that's extremely healthy and beneficial, and also defined a large enough geographic scope for where those resources could be located, not necessarily sold that it's the bare minimum, but I'll leave that alone for now. And again, we'll be able to see these agreements, and that's sufficient for me. There's no need to modify these. I thought it was a really, really great program, so I'm happy to be at Alt 1 here.
Great, thank you. Thanks to you both. All right, now we're getting into reporting requirements, which we've referenced time and time again. So 8A, is it necessary to require the incremental cost test proposed by the parties and commission staff? This refers to a proposal that is outlined in Exhibit WPL Ashenfelter 4. I included a modification to this one in my handout. And I will note that, to me, from my position, this handout covers 8A and the transparency reporting in 8C. So there's a little bit of overlap between the transparency reporting and the incremental cost test items. This would, to me, cover them both. And then I do have a flag planted here because Commissioner Hawkins had suggested some transmission, perhaps transmission expense-related reporting or additional reporting on transmission cost of facilities. So I'm not 100% sure. Commissioner Hawkins may have that teed up as an add-on to this or to a different part, but just noting that as well. Again, there's a lot going on here with the reporting, and this is a synthesized version, which, as you can see, adds on an item E, which is the incremental cost analysis showing the production plant and associated revenue requirements with and without the ICR customer demand and energy, which was, I thought, was an important suggestion. And I'd be, let's see here. I'd be at a modified reporting requirement on this one. Chair Strand?
Thank you. I am comfortable with what you put forth on reporting on this front in the handout. as it relates not only to this, but also just in general about your modified reporting requirement and what you said about 8C, which is, I think you said included in the handout.
Yes.
So I'm happy to weigh in on that right now. Obviously that, I'm in the same position as you are on 8A, but more of because of what you have put in the handout as we walk through the sub-issues, if that's helpful.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you. And Commissioner Hawkins?
Thanks. I can support this modification as well. I'll note that the first page of your handout had the red lines in red, and the second page does not, but I was just really confused for a while, so that's why when I realized what was going on, I was like, oh, okay. E is new. E is new, and so I'm a little slow this afternoon. Yes. So, kidding aside, I do support adding this. I think it does capture 8C, and this is a cleaner way of doing that. My modification is to 8D1, so we'll still get there. As a standalone item, perhaps, unless you are considering that to be taken care of by all of this incremental reporting. I think that's still standalone, and we can discuss it when we get there, so.
Yes, I do not think this covers yours. So to be continued in 8D1. And I will just note with this one, because it's not, it doesn't have everything that went into this issue marked up in red. I will say there was a witness that further recommended that we go beyond reporting on this one and do a true reconciliation mechanism. I do believe the incremental cost test adjustment that we already authorized, to me, covered that purpose. So that's why I didn't have it included here, didn't mention it. But I'm hearing that we're all on the same page with the handout version for this issue.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Okay, and then 8B is a standalone reporting item on capacity shortfall reporting and analysis. The applicant has indicated that it does not currently anticipate the need to procure additional generation resources beyond those already identified in its existing resource planning to serve Meta. However, the record also acknowledges that the addition of this large load could accelerate the timing at which incremental capacity becomes necessary. So I do think that's really important. At the same time, the applicant has stated that any future capacity shortfall would likely be the result of multiple coincident factors and not solely attributable to Meta. And so commission staff has proposed a framework to help better isolate and evaluate the potential impact of the ICR load on the utility's overall capacity position. And under this approach, the commission could require the utility to notify it in the event of a capacity shortfall and to perform a structured analysis to assess the extent to which the ICR customer may have contributed to that condition. And I'm at Alt 1, require the reporting. Chair Strand?
I am also at Alt 1 on this. I think that the discussion here is helpful. And I think that this is an important additional reporting requirement for us to have that can just, again, continue to ensure that we have all the information available that we need to determine whether or not, contributions to the shortfalls, et cetera. I think it's just an important piece in the puzzle of gathering information and then being able to do something with it. So, Alt 1, thank you.
Thank you. And Commissioner Hawkins?
I was actually in a different place on this one. I do not think this really gets us anything. It kind of goes to the point you mentioned, Commissioner Nieto, that capacity needs will be multivariable, as the testimony described it. And I also want to stress that a capacity shortfall is not inherently a bad thing. For example, being short in one year's auction likely means we have the applicant procuring capacity cheaper than they would have otherwise had it be in rate base. And so I think the spirit of this condition is to track down costs and assign them as, a potential sort of gotcha as a cost causer, but I see it as a upside that we'd be identifying, more economic capacity procurement than the situation we find ourselves in today, which is being long and carrying all those costs on existing customers. So beyond that, the applicant will come to the commission with generation applications, the documentation supporting the need thereof, and that will include things like a load forecast and the supporting analysis, and our engineers do a great job of divvying all that up and looking under the hood of those applications. And so we'll get that visibility into what's driving the need in those proceedings. And we will also be able to monitor all of the incremental needs based on what we just did in 8A. So I don't think this gets us anything more and could be rather burdensome in that we'd have to splice out which part of the applicant's overall load is creating, no megawatt is before another one when it comes to needs. So I don't get what we're gonna see here.
That's helpful. Thanks to both of you. And so Commissioner Hawkins, you think that the reporting that we just talked about in the previous issue, including the incremental cost analysis and potentially some of the reporting we have later down the line, addresses this need to identify generation capacity costs that would not have been needed long-term, but for Meta?
I do. I think the A sub I, the historic, actual, and projected billing units, gets at what the need is going to be. And then, all of that coupled with how we approve incremental generation, that's really our place to look at that and vet that. So kind of those two things together is why I landed at 2.
With kind of connecting those dots across the dockets, not just in a all-in-one rate case.
Exactly.
Kind of requirement. Okay.
Right.
That makes sense. Chair Strand, do you have reactions to that?
I think I appreciate Commissioner Hawkins' discussion of this, and I also especially appreciate his desire to not be overly burdensome. That is another overarching lens that I tend to look at reporting requirements through, and so I appreciate that analysis. I'm interested to hear if you posed the question to Commissioner Hawkins, but about whether you feel we have everything we need for reporting on this topic. Based on that, maybe we have a further discussion about whether or not this is actually needed in terms of the value of it, or like what we're already getting versus what this would or would not, how this would or would not augment that. But
Thank you. Yes. I would be okay with not requiring this. I think my initial approach to thinking about this and looking at this was within this docket and then within rate case dockets and kind of from that lens. But to your point, we have information coming in our CPCN and CA proceedings that we already have to connect to all the rate case dockets in the first place and connect those dots and taking those things together. I think you make a good point that this could be covered and together with the reporting requirements we're authorizing here today. So I'd be okay with that.
yeah, I was flexible on this one. I also think, let's just say something arises at some point in the future where we feel like we are missing some information related to this. I think we could figure out a way to get it then, especially if we don't think we need it now. So I'm okay with shifting to an alternative 2 here.
Okay, sounds good. Alt 2.
And I'm good. Appreciate the discussion on this.
Thank you.
Same. Okay, so 8C is transparency reporting requirements. We, to my mind, have covered what is being proposed here that I would take up under this issue in authorizing the reporting on the handout. So yes, I would require the transparency reporting recommendation and call it an alternative 3, again, referring back to what we're doing in the handout here, but I'll turn it over to my colleagues for anything else they have. Chair Strand?
I was comfortable with requiring this reporting recommendation, and I appreciate, I think you're right, that it's really in all 3, given the modification made in the handout.
Great,
Thank you.
Thank you. And Commissioner Hawkins?
That approach lines up for me as well, all 3.
Okay, thank you. All right, we have some accounting reporting requirements, and one is on transmission expenses and revenue. If it's all right with both of you, I think I can hand it over to Commissioner Hawkins because you have perhaps some order language.
Yeah, I'm at all 3 on this one as well. I was originally fine with the reporting requirements as proposed, and I am still suggesting that those stand as they are displayed here from the direct of commission staff field. I think that is all entirely appropriate. I have a slight modification, which is tracking the incremental transmission expense associated with this project, which we were talking about earlier. It was a justification for a lot of the different components of this application and of the contract. So as part of the transmission cost reporting, what was originally proposed is what are the costs that are flowing to the data center customer and what are the transmission costs for everybody else. Report those out separately and cleanly. That's important. That's how the existing FERC formula rate works today. In addition to that, we should track the recovery of the Dodge County interconnection project, and as a separate thing of here's what's in rate base for this project, here's how it's changing over time. And so we had that sort of visibility in staff analysis for the VLC case. It wasn't as clear in this case, kind of projecting that over time. I think having that tracked will be important, especially given some of the headlines we're seeing out of DC on what might be done regarding transmission costs. So again, it's just additional information that's already publicly available, but just bringing it together here with this information so we can see them together is the only modification. And I don't know if I had like succinct language for how to do that, but I could give it a go if it's unclear.
Go ahead.
No, I support what you're saying, and regardless whether we need specific language or not, just supporting the staff recommended condition here and your modification to it. Chair Strand?
Agreed with everything. So I think without belaboring with specific language, I think our position is alternative 1 plus the specific recovery, or what, maybe we refer to the docket number, right? And so it's everything in all the reporting requirements included in alt 1 from staff plus the specific, what is it, 137 CE something? 210, thank you. And then like if there, those project-based charges throughout, the life of, you might want to put a little bit more, just for the
Yeah,
purpose
I
of
think it's just, it's the reporting of the ongoing rate-based
Base
increments. Yeah,
okay.
from that specific project.
From that docket?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, we can write language
Perfect.
consistent with that.
Okay,
That's
great.
clear.
Great. So it's, the alt 3 is reporting requirements from alt 1 plus that.
And.
Perfect. Okay, great.
Great.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you. All right, so 8D2 is Commission staff's proposed order condition regarding reporting requirements for the ICR customer energy consumption and revenue. Here I was at adopting this order condition for clarity. Chair Strand?
Yep, I was also there, alt 1. I just appreciate staff developing this condition, and I also appreciate the applicant supporting it. So I thought that was good. Compromise there, or cooperation there. Thank you.
Thank you. And Commissioner Hawkins?
Same for me. I really like this approach of offsetting costs and revenues, the treatment of opportunity sales. It makes total sense, and critically important, the treatment does not expand the normal 2% band in the fuel cost adjustment, which I think is really important.
Thank you. All right. 9B, we have, no, I'm skipping around. 9A. 9A. Is it reasonable to require an order condition in the final decision that the commission retains jurisdiction of the ESA? Here, I was generally at Alt 1, note the jurisdiction. I think I would note, number 1 in our orders, we always retain jurisdiction over the matter in our order, unless perhaps we're issuing an order, making some sort of declaratory ruling that we don't have jurisdiction or something like that. I think this is a little bit different from the case that we saw a couple weeks ago, as we've said. We're not dealing with tariff provisions that are really specific and how they interact with a contract. There is good language in this agreement contemplating commission future changes, although that exact mechanism wasn't fully clear in all the spots. We've done some more to clarify that. And we need to be able to set just and reasonable rates. All of that said, Alt 1, I could also be at Alt 2 just for the simple fact that I don't even know that we need to make a specific ruling on this. Chair Strand?
Thank you. I think had we not had the discussions that we've been having throughout today, I would be very firmly we absolutely need to do this in Alt 1, but I think we've also very explicitly stated several times what our expectation is regarding retaining jurisdiction, but then also the ability to act on that oversight and jurisdiction through amendments or adjustments, et cetera. With that being said, I don't think it hurts to include this, and just to kind of further either memorialize or explicitly state it up front one more time. But again, absent the other consensus and discussion that we all have agreed upon in this discussion, I would be, much more concerned about not including it. So, for what that's worth, thank you.
Yeah, that's helpful. I was at alternative 1 as well, just given the uncertainty and newness of this type of contract, and it doesn't hurt, as the chair just said. So I'm fine with that, just out of an abundance of caution for Alt 1.
So we're all at Alt 1. 9B we have covered. And 9C is on the class cost of service study and future rate proceedings, and this was a proposal by WIG requiring WPL to file a cost of service study that treats the ICR customer as a separate customer class. And under no circumstances should this class be subsidized by the other customer classes. I do agree with all of that. I think, number one, this class of customers that we're talking about is clearly a separate customer class. It needs to be classified as such. I think performing cost of service studies for that customer class, as with others, is an essential tool for us to be able to prevent the cost shifting that we're talking about being able to prevent. And I think this was very helpful. The only thing I would consider modifying is considering whether it would be useful to identify here the CUB addition that the cost of service model should allocate production plant on test year forecasted hourly unit dispatch and class hourly load curves. That's a suggestion that's not in the main order condition here. But I'm at either Alt 1 or a modification of that. Chair Strand?
Thank you. I just want to ask, because in your reporting handout, on E, we talk about the production plan and associated revenue requirements with and without the ICR customer demand and energy. So this would be kind of those components, but included in the cost of service study.
Exactly. It
Okay.
would bring the
Just
cost
bring
of
those in.
service study. I believe it would bring the cost of service study, allow us to do that same type of analysis in that as
yeah.
we would on an incremental
Got it.
basis.
Perfect. Okay. So basically, like mirroring what we're doing in the incremental charge situation, bringing those components into the cost of service analysis, study analysis as well.
Yes.
So,
That's what I
okay,
believe it does.
okay, that's helpful, thank you. So in general, I support Alt 1, I think, for some of the things that you were saying, I think this is a different type of customer relationship because they're not insulated and isolated like we saw in the previous docket. This one is utilized and integrated into will utilize and is integrated in the existing system. I think, as we talked about at the outset of this, while the record included a lot of discussion about the statutory obligations under 196.192, we also have that obligation, as we all stated, under 196.37. And I think that the cost of service analysis that's being proposed here could help us not only analyze that compliance, but also could potentially show if there are unjust or unreasonable aspects going on that, we would give us visibility into that, and then, we'd be able to at least do something with that. So I appreciate that. I think it also just increases that transparency and helps round out the type of information that's being reported. And I think that the cost of service study is appropriate to kind of help potentially reveal those things and then, give us an opportunity to right the wrongs through cost reallocation based on what the results of this would state. So I'm okay or comfortable supporting this. I'm curious to hear what Commissioner Hawkins has to say. Obviously, we've, taken up cost of service study recommendations on almost everything in the past, but I do think that this is one where it makes a lot of sense. But I'm, again, interested in what Commissioner Hawkins has to say, and if there's further discussion here. I had not conceived of the slight modification that you added, but I understand it. I think it makes sense, so we can see how that goes. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Strand. And Commissioner Hawkins?
Thanks. I can support Alt 1 and requiring the cost of service study. I believe this would be like the one opportunity to analyze these costs with something other than the applicant's definition of what incremental is. And so to Chair Strand's earlier question of making sure it's the same things that are covered in E, I agree it will be those same like drivers of cost, but I don't want to constrict the cost of service study to be like an exact replica of what that incremental cost reporting by the applicant means. I think we should be using the standard cost of service approaches, and I think Hub was sort of getting at that with their addition is really just look at, treat this customer as if it was part of a class and allocate the embedded system costs to this customer and then compare. So I think that is meaningful and different than the incremental cost test that we've already adopted here. So I'm fine supporting this.
Yeah, thank you. And I think like Commissioner Nagel said, like the point is not that we are restricting the cost of service study to these specific, like the four corners of what we're saying. It's that we want to make sure that it at least contains those other elements, but that's not bound by only those things.
Exactly.
Yeah, okay.
So that leaves the three of us all at okay with adopting the order condition language, but adding that additional detail. Is that where you both ultimately landed, or were you
Yeah, I think.
not wanting to specify that?
No, I think it's fine to specify. I think, so the language that we have actually in front of us, I think it's in future rate cases, WP&L shall file a cost of service study that treats the ICR customers as a separate customer class. I'm fine with saying that, and then adding the additional components that we discussed as the minor modification. I'm not super comfortable with the under no circumstances should this class be subsidized by the other customer classes, because it's the cost of service study analysis that's going to allow us to determine what's going on, and then if we need to make adjustments, make adjustments in compliance with those non-subsidization, quote unquote, statutory obligations. Does that make sense?
I think that does make sense, and to me,
So we were probably at a 3 then?
probably at a
maybe?
3.
Yeah.
And I think the addition of this information, it doesn't hurt, and I think it captures potentially something that maybe not all cost of service studies will automatically do. So I'm just seeing it as slightly additive, but not restricting. Commissioner Hawkins, are you?
That's
There
fine.
too?
I think, yeah, the original language I thought was open-ended enough. I'm not really clear as to what levers would be available to ensure that that happens, just with the language as it was proposed without that modification. So I was kind of the mind that it could still happen, even if we don't specify it here. We
Are you
just-
talking about the additional things that?
Yeah, the
that
additional
Commissioner
language.
Nisha wants to?
Well,
or
that
about
Cub
my
put forward.
Cutoff of the under
yeah.
no circumstances.
I'm sorry, I was talking over
So,
you.
no, it's okay. So I think, okay. The modifications to the order condition language as proposed it's twofold, right? So the first would be to, in future rate cases, WP&L shall file a cost of service study that treats the ICR customers as a separate customer class, period. And then I think you were then discussing your interpretation of whether or not we needed to specifically
Right.
articulate the additional items, or if this was broad enough to allow those to be included, if that's what we decided to
Right,
do.
right. That's exactly what I was at. I was thinking it was broad, and there'd probably be an opportunity for multiple parties to shape that however they see fit.
Do we want to, like, including but not limited to, just to, if we want to ensure that those are included but not limited to that? I don't know.
The suggestion by Cub, you're saying?
No, the Commissioner Nato's additions, yeah.
Oh, what
Yeah.
were your additions? I'm sorry.
It was referring back to that suggestion by Cub. So it was
Yeah.
when WPL is submitting the results of cost of service models in the next rate case, that it would submit as part of that filing a cost of service model that allocates production plant based on test year forecasted hourly unit dispatch and class hourly load curves.
Okay.
And I think so I think either way, we could plug
Yeah.
it in here now and make sure that's included, or to your point, it comes up in a rate case and then folks ask for it, like doing it now up front might just give the heads up that we'd
Yep.
like to see the results of that kind
a
of study.
signal.
Yep,
Early on.
That's fine. Saves a step. I support
So-
that.
Okay.
Okay.
You guys have what you need for
Yep.
language? Okay, good discussion, thank you.
All right, and then 9D is, should the commission require the applicant to restrict rep agreements to assets not already in rate base? Here I was at Alt 2, do not require, because I think we'll receive a fulsome application for these assets at the time, and I think we'll be able to look at all the details, nuances, and make sure those are appropriate. Again, here I was interested in hearing what my colleagues have to say. Chair Strand?
Thank you. I was also at Alt 2, which would basically, if the customer wants these attributes, and if the specific customer under this docket wants these attributes, and other WP&L customers want these resources, I think it's okay to let this happen. I also worry a little bit that Alt 1 is kind of preemptively saying no to something, which doesn't seem like a great position for us to take, especially as it relates to our REP resources and agreements. So, I'm at 2 right now. Curious to hear what Commissioner Hawkins has to say, as always, but I don't think that we would want to necessarily restrict in this docket the agreements that we just approved to assets that aren't already in the rate base. But again, open to discussion. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm in the same place. I think Alt 2 here, we'd be able to review what is in those agreements and the potential harms or not at that point in time, and there's no need to restrict that here.
Thank you. All right, I think that brings us to issue 10. What, if any, additional action is appropriate for the commission to take? I don't have any additional actions here. I would just note that a couple of weeks ago, we did also direct our staff to collect data center water usage information from our state's water utilities. We don't have to restate that here. That's just ongoing work that staff is doing, and I'm mentioning that because public commenters in this case also mentioned water usage in the state in a number of comments. So that's all I've got for this one. I'd be at do not take additional action. Chair Strand?
Thank you. I was at alternative 2 as well. I appreciate you bringing up the water usage issue and why that is going to happen, notwithstanding us doing anything additional here. And I think that that's also the case with our other broader discussion about what we would like to see in a separate standalone TE large load customer tariff. So, all 2. Thank you.
Thank you. And Commissioner Hawkins?
And I am at alternative 2 as well, no additional action, noting the important conversation we had about the new tariff earlier and the modifications to IC1. That was originally, I was going to plan to bring that up here, but I believe we got that fully captured bright and early this morning, so I'm good at alt 2.
Great, thank you. And I think that again brings us right back to issue 1, which was the term, and I've had time throughout this discussion to think about the term length in light of our various decisions. So I will share with both of you that I would be comfortable joining you with the proposed term length. I think we've implemented here incremental cost test adjustments, reporting, cost of service studies, and required a new tariff that's also going to be out there and available. And all of those things taken together tell me that we can ensure that the costs being caused are adequately collected in revenues and are not being passed on to other customers, even under the 10-year term. So comfortable joining there. Chair Strand, do you have additional thoughts on this?
No, I appreciate all of the discussion that has gone on since we first visited this, because obviously we know there are so many other issues that were related. I appreciate, the deliberativeness and the thoughtfulness that you've given this. I'm still very comfortable with alt 1, the 10 years as proposed. Thank you.
Thank you. And Commissioner Hawkins?
I had a long enough spiel on alt 1 to begin the day, so appreciate the discussion there, and I'll stick at alt 1. Happy with it.
Thank you. And issue 11 is it reasonable to approve the ESA? And here I'm at alt 2, approve the ESA with conditions. I would say approve the ESA with conditions and modifications. And here I would just note that I would assume my colleagues would join me in asking for the final order to come back, as we have discussed a lot here today. And with that, conditions and modifications. Chair Strand?
Thank you. I'm at L2 as well, and I think that the return of the order is a really important next step in something of this magnitude like we've been talking about. So, yep, I support that as well. Thank you.
Thank you. And Commissioner Hawkins?
And I am at alt 2 as well, with modifications of adding modifications, so that works.
Exactly. Thank you. All right, so that brings us to the end of our decision matrix. I will pause to check in with our chief legal counsel. Are we missing anything here?
We're all set.
Okay, and anything from my colleagues before motion?
No, nothing other than a huge thank you, and whoever had 313 in the pool may have won something. Thank you. Okay.
And I have nothing as well.
All set, thank you. All right, so in docket 6680 TE 115, I move we approve the individual contract rate service agreement consistent with our discussion here today.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you to Commissioner Nieto and Commissioner Hawkins for the excellent discussion today. That does conclude our official business. Our next open meeting is scheduled for Thursday, May 14th, 2026 at 10:30 a.m. May I have a motion to adjourn?
I move we stand adjourned until Thursday, May 14th, 2026 at 10:30 a.m.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. We're adjourned.